PPCH, but the same, I think.
But PPCH already was here as well. So.
Okay, Dario, what does guardar mean in Catalan?
Safe. Sorry, I forgot to translate that.
That's good. It's an opportunity to learn Catalan.
Actually, it's the same in Spanish.
Ricardo.
Although it's pronounced
if I
different.
think about it, yes, it's a literal translation of safe.
Yeah.
Like protect.
Actually, yes. I totally missed this one because it's just natural for me and didn't. Well, to create token, you just need to click on the create button that it's in the token section, and a random token will be created each time.
Like, do we use a new token for every vote? No.
No, it's for each delegate. For example, there is one voter token created. That's the Catalan one because I already assigned it instead of a weight of 1, it has a weight of a half.
This is the one that's voter and one that's ending in N.
Excuse me,
Yes.
where's this voting tool? Where can we find it?
It's not. Only I have it.
That explains it. Okay.
Don't worry, you will have it in a very short time.
Okay.
Then probably when you'll be distributing the tokens for voting, we can also tally people at once.
Yeah, we can call the different delegates and then provide them the token.
Yep.
Gregory, I'm going to do a very quick restart of the application.
Okay, I'm not doing anything. I'm finishing up board report.
Okay, perfect. It's done. Just to fix that missing translation.
Okay.
Buen día, Rey.
Okay, so just to confirm, I have one new member application and one observer member, right?
Yes. So Keith, can you actually? So you're doing secretary. Is it correct?
I'd like to have a partner.
Sure. I think like I was chairing, and Marco was also on my team with chairing. And if you are doing a secretary, I forgot, we had somebody who wanted to help. Wait a second, who was it?
I think it was Mike.
Yes.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, I would ask that you probably start soon with delegation accreditation, so we know who is actually officially here. And also, I would rather distribute the admin token to you for this tool to generate the voting tokens for the delegations.
Okay, so send it to me on any channel, wire or whatever.
Yep. So we don't have the listeners room anymore?
Yeah, no sound from you again, Mike.
Good time.
So I'm creating tokens, presuming that all the members are present.
Well, whoever registered on the email.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I see.
Just
Can you make tokens less predictable, please?
yeah, you don't need to put anything on the input box. If you left it blank and just click on create, it will create it randomly.
But then we don't know who it was voting, right? Because we don't actually want random names. We need to know whose token belongs to Germany, whose tokens belongs to Austria, and so on. Because we don't have secret voting here.
I created that token, so I can just create random tokens. That's not a problem. I can create random numbers.
Yeah, maybe you create the first part that we know who it is, and then the random number so it cannot be guessed.
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll give a. Anyway? Well, then I'll just send a private chat to each person.
Yes.
Yeah, just a little note. The tool is built to keep the vote secret. So we are not going to be able to relate the casted vote with the token that cast the vote. If this is an issue, I would suggest to switch right now to the usual procedure.
I'm pretty sure that our statutes and the rules of procedure demand that we have open voting, because we are
Okay.
not representing individuals, we are representing parties, and some people have a strong demand for accountability, so they don't know how the delegates had actually fulfilled the wish of the party and stuff. So
Let me check one thing.
yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, still.
Fucking Microsoft just muted my microphone somehow.
On lines 47 down, we have the members of PPI, so we can start to write in now already the people who are present.
Yes, please.
Well, I confirm that if we are going to support open vote in the tool, I need to do a little modification, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Maybe we should switch back to the usual procedure, and maybe next time I will implement a special mode for public vote, open vote, if you don't mind.
No, that's why I wanted to talk to you actually before.
Yeah, sorry.
So to get through details. So no problem. So we're voting the regular, normal way then.
Okay. I will take note of that I need to implement this special mode.
Sorry to ask you, where is the pad?
Linked.
Merci beaucoup.
I think the first link only works if you have an account, but the second one works for public.
Maybe. Do not.
But I see you can't predict the second link from the first one. Haha.
They probably didn't try to hide it.
Well, they make a big fuss about that. You really should use the share button to give it out instead of actually copying, pasting the URL.
Probably
Yeah.
just because it won't work.
Yes, but it's the way it will give a good result. If you look, there's on the right hand side is a share button, and then you copy that URL who is presented then.
Can we also do a verification on quorum? How many we will need to make quorum?
I would say that since we have 38 parties with our votes, it's 35. So 12.
Yeah, we have 35 votes total, and is the quorum? What is the quorum?
1/3. And 12.
So what's that? 11.7, something like that.
12. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I count 10 present, but maybe we're missing a few.
I think of those that are here at the moment, we already got everyone, hopefully.
What about Italy?
Oh, sorry, I'll fix it.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Rick
can
here from
somebody
France, I see.
sound check, please? How are my levels?
Okay.
Perfect.
Can I ask for the same?
You are good, but you're intermittent.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm sorry, I'm messing up with minutes, I think. I redo what I did.
What about Portugal? They were.
They still alive. You mean like when they participated the last officially?
Well, I know there was a meeting with them recently, so I was just wondering if.
We had a productive meeting with them like the week before last, and we were discussing how we can help them to restart the party foundation process and host websites and help them otherwise too. But it is the activity level of the party was very low. Well, to quote them, it's like currently it's just 2 guys.
Okay, since going through, I've noticed that like Carlos and Cedric were here, so I've put them in. We're very, very close to quorum.
The new Slovakia is also on the way, but can't get in at the moment. I'm helping him.
I count 11 votes, meaning we need one more.
We still have 15 minutes to go.
I also note that this quorum amount is based regardless of the request to remove or suspend memberships of inactive parties.
It's because we didn't have a ruling from the Court of Arbitration. We asked them and they never come back with any decision. And only they can remove the parties.
Yeah, we received one follow-up, but we never had a resolution.
Exactly, so there is no decision in the matter, so it's still ongoing investigation, I guess. Maybe somebody from the Court of Arbitration will be there and can present a report. But this is hope.
Hi guys, my computer froze. Sorry. Did I miss anything important while I was gone?
Yeah, we are not using Dario's tool this time because Dario's tool is only allows for secret voting, and we need open voting.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Sorry, Dario. Hopefully we can use it in the future though, because like it sounds like a really good tool.
Thank you, and don't worry about this. I kind of expected, but I wasn't able to implement more features and didn't think about the open vote, so no big deal for that. Anyway, I will do in the future. I will have the open vote option, and I will think about how to calculate the quorum. I guess we are going to need some kind of pre-registration for that. But anyway, the tool is available if you need anytime to do a secret voting or even a quick one. You can access the address. I will. Well, I need to publish one thing. But anyway, in the close future, it will be available for anyone to use it in a self-service manner.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for that, and like thank you for like making it available to us anyway, even though we can't use it today. And like I said, definitely like hope that we can use it in the future.
You're welcome.
Marco, you're not representing Pirate Party Italy here, right?
No, I'm not. But I can ping the representative.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt.
Can we also, just in case we get to that point, let's put the parties that are inactive and we turn to the COA and put that in the roll call in parentheses or something?
Yes. Oh, do we have a list who we referred to the COA? Sorry.
A list should be in the wiki.
I also post the links to our analysis to the in the Mumble chat, the link to the Google Doc that lists all the parties' attendance to official PPI meetings in the last, well, since the beginning, and also in the last 3 years who had not been active. So we had this was the basis for calculation for whom we have moved to the Court of Arbitration.
I have the list, the email now. I'm going to paste it just in a minute.
Thank you.
So I've pasted the letter I sent to the COA on line 84.
Yeah, we can put them in parentheses in um, Actually, I had a conversation with somebody from Pirate Party Latvia. Sorry, hear an echo. I had a conversation with somebody from Pirate Party Latvia just like during the last 2 weeks. So maybe I pinged them because I had forgotten that they had never participated yet. So if they can come by during this weekend, that would be great for them not being kicked out.
Okay, the new Slovakia just arrived. Hi, Rudolf.
So we have two statuses of inactive, one being almost basically a party that seems to no longer exist, and another one being that we should clarify whether they're still taking part in PPI. So as that was part of our request to the COA, and so I'm gonna label them clarification required and inactive. You can see I'm doing that in lines 45. And I see Turkey is not on our list. Have we heard from them?
I don't think I've ever heard from them.
Turkey participated last in Geneva General Assembly in 2017. So they had been one attendance in the last 3 years, so that's why they're not on our list.
Sorry, I see that in the pad there is a clarification needed request for Pirate Party of Spain.
That was in the letter to the COA. Do you have other information?
The last thing that I know is that they are not complying with the last law reform for political parties in here in Spain, and therefore that means that at some point very close in the future they will be officially dissolved by a judicial order.
Okay. Well, the information that we sent is it seems their website hasn't been updated since 2017, and they have not run elections since 2011. So that's, I mean, basically the same.
Yeah, the same happens with other Spanish pirate parties like Piratas de la Rioja. Sorry, Rudolf. Thank you. I will put all parties that I know that they are inactive, because they are going to be dissolved officially very, very soon.
But please do review what we've already listed to the COA. So this has already been formally submitted to them to make a decision.
Okay.
And that's on lines A4 and down on the minutes.
Yeah, I see it.
Rudolph, is it working now?
Hey.
And just to clarify, on line 103, we basically said the difference between inactivity is an inactive party should be, removed from the list, but the parties with the clarification should possibly be demoted to observer member until they can resume proper activities.
Okay.
If you're interested, I have another party that's inactive. It's an observer member. It's the Pirate Party of Tyrol.
Haven't they been officially dissolved?
Yes, I found them in some
Yes.
list, so I was just wondering if they
Yeah,
are still a member or not.
If they're officially dissolved, they automatically cease membership. And I think I had communicated with Irene Labner about that, and I passed on this information, so they should have been taken off the list, and if they are still on the list, it's an error by us.
Okay, so it was still in the wiki, I think it's the official list.
Okay, there is too many places in the wiki we have the list of parties. I apologize if we missed some.
Anyway, line 156, I correct that.
So I'm talking about members of PPI in the wiki. It's linked in the first page in the wiki.
Yeah, let me take it out.
Thanks.
I count 13 present. I'm saying 12 and a half, maybe.
Met IT, who just joined. Are you from Italy?
Yeah.
Awesome. Welcome. Okay, so Italy's here too.
I think there might be someone else joining from Italy too. Just saying.
Keith, 13 attending and 12 votes, right?
I think 10.5, but I don't know if Italy was just added.
Yep.
So then 13.5.
Sorry, do you know when the Pirate Party of Tyrol has been dissolved?
I can research that for you.
Well, the year is enough. I just would like to put an explanation why they are no more observer member, but okay.
It was last year in January.
Thank you.
So it is 2 minutes after now. How are we feeling about getting started here?
I feel good.
Actually, the phone number.
What we do in the proposed agenda between 11 a.m. and 11:15 a.m. Because it says.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, it says 11 opening the General Assembly, and then 11:15 formalities: meeting chair, secretary, acceptance of agenda, and in between that's a whole long time for opening.
What's the situation in Romania?
Well, the times are Central European time, right?
The times in the GA forum is a universal time or troll time.
Troll time. Okay, so we have to add 1 hour. Thank you.
No, the troll time 10 a.m. The times is written is 10 a.m. I already translated them to my time zone, which is Central European time. So the times we published was troll zone, which is 1 hour behind of the Central European time.
Yeah, I mean that in the pad here. So.
Sorry. Yeah, in the pad on line 195, it's still troll time. Or UTC, as others call it. So, but do we have a quorum? Should we go?
We do have a quorum. We should clarify the names of the delegates, perhaps, for each.
Okay, can we do a roll call then? And so call out your name, who you are, so we know that you represent your country. So, Pirate Party of Austria.
Yeah, Peter the One as a nickname, Peter Grasberger as a real name, representing Austria, and I have also my colleague here. He can talk for himself.
Good morning, everybody. That's Drold from Austria.
Welcome. Pirate Party of Belarus. I don't see anyone present. Shout out if I'm mistaken. Pirate Party of Belgium.
Yes, hi, it's Jelle de Busser for Pirate Party BE.
Can you say your name again? Sorry.
Jelle de Busser.
Jelle de Busser.
Yes, thank you.
There had been, Jelle, let me ask it straight. There had been some misunderstanding last week with your delegation to the Pirate Party Europe Council meeting. So do you have an official mandate? Can you show some website that lists you as international coordinator or Pirate Party member or member of the board of the Pirate Party of Belgium?
No, that's a difficult situation. That's the Pirate Party of Belgium is divided into camps, and I'm just representing the Flemish one. But since I have an official mandate for that, and there is nobody else present, I can be an observant member.
Yes, so we would like to welcome you here, but
Thank
I
you.
would suggest you're not voting in official faculty for the for the whole Pirate Party of Belgium.
Yes, okay.
And so welcome here.
Thank you.
And if you can provide a clarification from Pirate Party Belgium board saying that you are representing Belgium Pirate Party, you're welcome to move up to a real delegate status. But thank you for now.
Okay, thank you.
Pirate Party of Brazil. Nobody here. Pirate Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they are inactive and okay. Pirate Party Bulgaria. Nobody here. Pirate Party of Catalonia, 1/2 vote.
Present.
It's Dario.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Chile.
In the chat.
Mauricio, we can't hear you. Mauricio, can you write at least in the pad that you can hear us?
He just wrote in the chat there.
You did? Okay, I don't see it, but I trust you. I'm so we have Mauricio from Pirate Party of Chile present. Pirate Party of Czech Republic.
Miguel present.
Welcome, Mike. Pirate Party of Estonia. Pirate Party of France.
Cedric was in the room a second ago.
Yeah, but it's not here now. Oh yeah. Oh, I know what's happening because why I not see. If you write stuff into the chat, can you please write to the online GA room on top and saying send to the whole tree? Because otherwise in the chair room I will not see it. So that's what's happening. Why I couldn't see it. Okay, so let's France will be present soon. Pirate Party of Germany. Otherwise, in the chair room,
Me.
Hello, Bastian.
Me, I'm here. Hello from Germany.
So we have Bastian and Mia. Well, I got an echo from Carlos from like 30 seconds ago.
Why?
I don't know.
Probably watching YouTube.
No, Susanne.
Oh, I guess, Carlos, are you watching YouTube? Because YouTube is probably some couple of seconds behind us, so that's what may happen.
Okay.
So can you mute yourself, please, if you are not talking? Okay, Pirate Party of Greece. Pirate Party of Hungary. Pirate Party of Italy.
Present. I'm Matteo Onofri from the Pirate Party of Italy.
Welcome, Matteo.
And there is going to be Gabriele Zanoni joining in hopefully soon.
Okay. Pirate Party of Israel.
I'm here, it's Keith.
Welcome, Keith. Pirate Party of Japan. Pirate Party of Kazakhstan. Pirate Party of Korea. What was that? Pirate Party of Latvia. Pirate Party of Luxembourg.
Present. I'm here with my colleague. I'm Gilles Mertz, Pirate Party Luxembourg member. And I'm here with my colleague Stephanie Schinchen, who is also Pirate Party Luxembourg.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Pirate Party of Morocco. Pirate Party of Netherlands.
Present. I'm Jiong, and we also have the delegate Henk.
I also see Sjoerd up there in the online J room. I'm not sure if you can hear anything up there, but maybe one can check.
I'll check with him.
Pirate Party of New Zealand, half a vote. Internet Party of New Zealand, half a vote.
Yes, Joe here from the Internet Party of New Zealand.
Hi, Joe. Pirate Party of Norway.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ray Johansson. I'm the delegate from Norway.
Hello, Ray. Pirate Party of Poland. Pirate Party of Portugal. Pirate Party of Romania. Pirate Party of Russia.
Here I am, Alexander Isavnin, representing Pirate Party of Russia.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Slovakia, 1/2 vote. Pirate Party - Slovakia, 1/2 vote. Rudolf, can you voice yourself? I couldn't hear that. But I see you. Maybe we can sort out the audio problems too. Pirate Party of Slovenia. Pirate Party of Spain, 1/2 vote. Pirate Party of Switzerland. Who is representing Pirate Party of Switzerland? There's Carlos again. He was disconnected. He's connecting again. Okay, it's Carlos. It's here. Pirate Party of Tunisia, Pirate Party of Turkey, Pirate Party of Ukraine. So that had been all the voting members. We have the total voting power of the JA present is 13.5.
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting dropped out all the time, so I have to.
Okay, no worries. We get it. So the amount needed for quorum is 12, so we have a full quorum. Congratulations. So I would give the word to our chairman, our chair, Bailey.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Good morning, good afternoon, good wherever you are, whatever time it is. Thank you all. Sorry. Thank you all so much for being here today. I know that in the movement lately, things have been really, really busy. PPEU just had their council meeting. I know that lots of our members have been having like their national GAs and stuff, and there's just a lot going on right now. And now here we are at the PPI GA. So it's a very busy time. Maybe a stressful time, but the fact that you guys are all here this weekend really means a lot. And have been Carlos, GA stuff. Carlos, can you mute yourself?
Yes, I'm mute.
Sorry. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to say thank you all for being here. It's really great to see you all. Really good to be back together, and let's have a good GA, guys. And now we'll pass it off to our chairs for the weekend. We have Gregory and Marco.
So, welcome. I would like to remind you, everybody, that we have a standing set of rules of procedure for this weekend that's been agreed as a standing rule that carries on from meeting to meeting. We do have a quorum established, and sorry, yeah, they have the voting block. So we do not vote on the accepting of the minutes because they are already accepted according to our rules of procedure, Article 8, Paragraph 4, because no objections to the minutes had been submitted inside of 4 weeks after their publication, so they stand accepted automatically. We have a proposed agenda for today that sees that today and tomorrow, sorry, we start with formalities, chair, secretary, acceptance of agenda. Then we move on to acceptance of new members. We have an application for full member, an application for observer. Then we will have a short break, followed by reports from the board, the treasurer, court of arbitration, and lay auditors. And follow that the proposal for the budget for the next year, followed by lunch break from 1 to 2. At 2, we will reconvene and do the motions, and at approximately 4 o'clock, we will be finished today, maybe earlier. And tomorrow we do have elections, followed by, after lunch, a keynote by Marcel Colaya, Vice President of the European Parliament, and also former co-chair of the Pirate Parties International. Then we move on to any other business and open mics and statements if there's anything to be added or said, and that will be our GA. Are you agreed to that agenda? If not, please voice your objections. Carlos, can you please mute yourself in Mumble?
Okay.
There is a button in the top row with the microphone. Okay, I do not hear any objections, so this agenda stands as presented, accepted as presented. So we have accredited delegates. Nobody have any concerns regarding any accredited delegates, or if they have, please voice them now. Otherwise, we will continue, and we would come to the first agenda item, would be the applications of new members for the PPI. You can find the submitted applications in the forum, in the GA forum, which is linked in the minutes on line 191. I'm sorry, Keith, help me out here. We have, this is the documents, right? We're moving on now to new member application, line 214.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Where is the agenda? Where are the minutes? Could we get links in Mumble, please?
Sure. The proposed agenda is in the General Assembly forum on the ga.pp-international.net, and I've posted the minutes links.
Can you put it in the big bottom, please?
We're not using big blue button at the moment. Is there any people who are in the big blue button instead right now?
Yes. Mr. Carlos Polo, Luburger, Party of Swiss, and Shmagi Gabrindashvili. And
Yes.
I write that we are in the assembly in Mumble PPI rocks. And can you please mute yourself? Thank you. And we are transmitting via YouTube also.
Yeah, I would also like, speaking of that now name that you failed to pronounce, it's a representative from Georgia who are right now thinking about setting up a new pirate party and are participating this weekend as observer. And the name is Shmagi Kaprina. Sorry, I'm not that better. Shmagi Kaprindashvili. Welcome. Okay, is everybody set up to start with the application of new members? I do not hear any objections. So the first application we have from the Pirate Party of Venezuela. Is anybody present to present the application? Okay, so anybody has questions to the application of the Pirate Party of Venezuela that is submitted in the forum?
Austria here, asking what's the name of the party, because we've seen Pirate Party of Venezuela in the statutes and also Venezuela Alternativa as a name here.
Is there anybody here who can answer this? Mike, you had closer conversation with them. Can you answer that?
Raise his hand.
Mike, you're on the speaker microphone, but if you're speaking, I cannot hear you. If you were speaking, Mike, I could not hear you because I think the rooms are unlinked again.
In the statutes, it says they are Pirate Party Venezuela.
May I? It's Ray.
Sure.
It clearly states that they go by Alternativa Venezuela. So it's a nickname. I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Any more questions?
Is there some information of how many members they have, and do they have members of parliament, or are they just newly created?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I believe the numbers are in. You can count them probably on like two hands, and they definitely don't have any representation in country organ.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Just to be clear, are we voting for a full membership or observer membership?
They have submitted an application for full membership.
Just to clarify, I move this discussion in its proper place around line 195.
Okay, if there are no any other questions, I would come to voting, or I would call this motion to grant the applicant Pirate Party of Venezuela the status of ordinary member of PPI. And I would call the countries as they are in the alphabetic order. Any objections?
Can't we just vote by going to the voting room?
Sorry?
Can't the delegates just go to the voting room to vote?
Oh yes, we can try that. That would actually be nicer. So we try that. So everybody go who is a delegate and voting for the party, go to the voting rooms. Yes, no, abstain. Only one person pro delegation, please. Okay, we have 14 countries voted.
Are we missing Italy?
Now we have 15. Okay, so Keith, can you write this down, the result?
So we have written the results down on lines 209 and down, and just counting.
Okay, we have 14 countries voted.
Are we missing Italy?
Now we have 15. Okay, so
Carlos.
can you write this down, the result? Okay, Carlos, thank you. Please mute yourself. Okay, I understand. He's listening to YouTube because his connection is dropping out, so that he can still follow. But then it's distracting. Okay, good. So do we have the result written down, Keith?
So the result is written down to line 227, the 8 yes votes and 7 abstain. On voting power, the abstains are less than 7 voting power. They would be 1.5, if I'm not correct.
Did you get the half a vote by PNZ?
It's 5.5 abstain.
Okay, yes, sorry. But it's also half a vote. It should be 7.5 yes, not 8 then, because Internet Party New Zealand is also yes, and they half a vote. Okay, so motion passed with 7.5 votes in favor, no against, and 5.5 votes abstaining. So Venezuela is now full member of Pirate Parties International. Congratulations.
Which also changes our quorum, and they're not here.
But we should still be good. Yeah, so delegates move back to the delegates room, please. Keith, you last. Thank you. Okay, so calling the next item is the application for observer membership for the Pirati. Anybody here who wants to present?
Here I am.
You have
Can
the
you
floor.
hear me? Thank you. So I prepared a short hope that you can see that. It's a PDF presentation, so if you want, you can follow it while I am explaining briefly. Pirati and its associated website, pirati.io, is a small association. And now I am on the first slide. I go on the next slide. So basically, its stated purpose is to promote political, civic, cultural activities of all individuals and associations that recognize themselves in the objectives and principles of the Pirates International Movement. So what does it mean? It means, first and foremost, that it's not a political party, and it's not meant to be a political party, but it's meant to be something else. In the next slide, I explain this. So what is Pirati.io, or the name of the association Pirati? It's a hub for individuals and organizations that recognize themselves in the pirate movement. And it's a sort of link for persons and associations that even if don't know are pirate and have core teams that are pirate. And it's also the base for, let's say, operations of political hacking. That is something like activities that are not strictly related to a party, but are still political themselves. After all, many activities are themselves political. In the next slide, well, that's the title, why Pirati.io and why Pirati. And in the next slide, I explain a bit this. So why we think that a small hub, a small association can reach where a political party cannot reach. According to Italian statistics, 14% of the Italian citizens older than 14 years old stated that basically they gave 6 on a scale between 0 and 10 to political parties in Italy. So in the Italian evaluation system, 6 is considered to be sufficient. So only 14% of people think that political parties fulfill their role in Italy. In the next slide, I put it in another number. The average confidence evaluation in this scale between 0 and 10 is 2.7. I can tell you that in school, if you just write your name before submit an exam, just by writing your name, you get 3. So it's a pretty low vote, a pretty low evaluation. So in the next slide, I said, yeah, we need to reach the people that had been let down by the traditional politics. And so in the next slide, I say there are the fact that in general, Italian citizens don't have such a high trust in political parties doesn't mean that they stay inactive. There are a lot of associations that work on specific theme that are touched by the pirate politics. Agriculture, for example, because actually our stand on patents actually apply to them. Civil rights, of course, especially because in the last years, civil rights associations have become more and more aware of the risks that are connected to digital themes and to digital surveillance. Sublabs and software and operating system user groups that, of course, are connected to our teams. And there are a lot of other teams that are connected to the pirate movement, on which there are lots of associations that are working, and many of them are just not aware of pirate politics, or just have a distorted view of them, of these politics, and they can be connected to us. And also in the next slide, individuals, because we have lots of people that is fighting on their own on a lot of battles that still are connected to our teams. So in the next slide, conclusions, we think that being a member of Pirate Parties International, as well as the European Pirate Party, where we were accepted as observer member the last week, can help us to connect these realities with the pirate movement as a whole, because many of these associations actually need to have an international ground and to be connected to other international organizations to be more effective. So our actions will be mostly focused on the networking Italian associations, but also to connecting them to the international pirate movement. That's all. Are there questions and concerns?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this something that like anybody in the world can join, or is it just for folks in Italy?
Well, of course, anyone can join, but the association itself is just a hub. So actually, what we want to provide is more like a way for connecting people. We did, how can I say? Our focus is on making pirates connect to each other. But of course, it's not like there is no limitation in pirati.io for being Italian. It would make no sense for pirates, I think. So it's, I mean, it's not. I mean, we mostly focus on this because that's where we come from. But it's not limited to that. Absolutely not. So everyone in the world is I mean, welcome I mean, to adhere to our initiative.
Super cool. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
How will we finance this association? And what will be the scopes, direct scopes, regarding politics? Thank you.
Okay, right now we don't have. I mean, our funding come from donations of the association members and externals as well. But it's I mean, since we are more of a hub, our funding will be more like focused on how can I say, on a case by case basis. So it really depends on which are the initiatives that we are focusing on. Since we are a small association and a small hub, it really doesn't require many resources to stand on its own. As for the scope, I think I sort of gave an overview, but if you want specific clarifications on some item, basically what we want to do is to connect realities between each other, realities and individuals, and if they have the need, connect them to the international movement too. I can imagine, for example, that associations that are involved in agricultural issues with the patents would want to be connected to similar associations elsewhere, and they don't have always the means to do that. Did I answer your concerns, or would you like more clarifications?
It's okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So if I got it right, in a nutshell, it's like a think tank for pirate values and ideas in Italy. Like not only in Italy, as you said, but yeah, mainly for Italy.
Yeah, basically, not really a think tank in the sense that we don't want to set rules, but more to give resonance to what is already there in the pirate movement. As for the question about Rudolf, we've wrote it. The chairman is Eleonora Ferrati. You're welcome.
Okay, are there any more questions? In that case, I would like to call for a vote. We are voting on admission of Pirati as presented to observer membership of Pirate Parties International. Delegates, please move to the respective rooms. Yes, no, or abstain. Only one person per delegation, please. So we have 15 people voted. So please stay in the rooms yet, because we need to write this down. and it looks like 12 delegations voting in favor, 3 delegations abstain. And abstentions are from, I'm sorry, who? Luberger. For which delegation is it? So, okay, I read out the votes as we got them. So, Pirate Party of Austria was yes. Pirate Party Catalonia, half vote also yes. Pirate Party of Chile, yes. Pirate Party of the Czech Republic, yes. Pirate Party of France is still not here, correct? Pirate Party of Germany, yes. Pirate Party of Italy, abstain. Pirate Party of Israel, yes. Pirate Party of Luxembourg, yes. Pirate Party of Netherlands, yes. Internet Party of New Zealand, yes. Pirate Party of Norway, yes. Pirate Party of Russia, yes. Pirate Party Slovakia, half vote, yes. And Pirate Party of Switzerland, abstain. Everybody been written out correct? Then thank you very much. We have a result. 10.5 votes in favor, 2 abstentions. And that means that the Pirati has been admitted to Pirate Parties International as observer member. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So, I'm calling the next agenda item, that is the reports section. So calling for board report. Bailey, do you want to floor?
Yes. Just give me 1 second here.
Sure, no problem.
Would you like to paste the board report into the minutes?
What was that?
Was that approval?
I didn't quite got it. So if somebody just want to repeat it.
Would you? This is Keith. Would you like me to paste the board report into the minutes?
I think Bailey just published the board report in the GA forum.
Yes, I did. So I just sent a link to the official delegates channel. If you guys want to follow along and read it.
I posted on line 304.
Awesome.
So you're not going read
No,
it
I'm
yourself?
I'm gonna read it. I'm just like having issues with my my push to talk here. It's because the button I'm using. Okay, so hang on. Sorry, I just need a minute.
Norway suggests 5 minutes break.
Actually, that's true. Actually, there was a break scheduled for. Well, the break is scheduled for within an hour for 12:45. So I am. Well, we can have a let's have a 5-minute break now, and well, even 7-minute break, and reconvene here at noon. Okay.
Seconded.
Agreed.
Okay.
So see you all in 7 minutes.
I'm trying to paste the what we all on break for those of you working the minutes with me. I'm trying to paste the link.
Okay, I think I'll be good. I had to redo my push to talk because I was using the tab button and it was making the page go all crazy. But can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can somebody confirm if you hear me right now or not?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, but we're currently on a
Gotcha.
break.
Okay, it's time. Bailey, are you ready? Bailey, are you there? Bailey? Maybe somebody else from the board can take over to start the presentation, and maybe Bailey joins then later. Keith, what about you?
Okay, I can read it. So I'm just going to start reading, and if Bailey gets here, please stop me. So this is, I'm just reading from the discourse, the PPI board report, and PPI has been very active this year, organizing a number of activities and working groups with different purposes. You could say our main goal for this year has been to increase communication and involvement for our members and helping PPI to become a more open, membership-driven organization. We've also tried to bridge the gaps in communication between the boards, our members, and the public, as well as sort our financial roadblocks. One of our main initiatives this year has been launching working groups around various topics such as inter-party cooperation, finances, conferences, and UN work, PR campaigning, as well as online social gatherings. They have mainly taken the form of meetings where delegates from our member parties give insight to the practice in order to find common ground, compare the differences in general, share knowledge and advice about what it really means to be part of the global pirate movement. In some cases, has resulted in real tangible ways to support the movement and provide resources to our members. So now I'm going to go through the following working groups that we each of these groups met at least once a year. Here's Bailey back. Great.
Yeah, sorry guys. I think Mumble just like crashed on me because there was no sound and I thought maybe the break lasted a couple minutes longer. And then I saw Met's message in the chat. Okay, everybody can hear me okay now though, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry guys. First I had issues with my push to talk and I had to redo it, and then yeah, something happened with Mumble where I couldn't hear anything and I didn't realize we had started again. So, okay, I think we're good now. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. Okay.
So Keith had read out the first two paragraphs of the board report and come to the following working groups were formed and met at least once this year. So you can take over from here.
Okay, thank you, Keith, for getting started on that. Like Keith said, you know, we've been really trying to just like increase involvement and just communication with you guys, between you guys, and, you know, bridging some of those gaps in communication that were there before, and, you know, sorting out some financial stuff. The main ways we've been doing this, like Keith said, has been through like different working group meetings on different topics. I'm going to go through those working groups right now so that you can get a better idea of like what we've actually been doing. They've mainly taken the form of meetings where your delegates show up and you know, people kind of give each other insight into their practices, finding common ground, comparing what you do differently, what you do the same, sharing knowledge, advice if you need it. And just, yeah, like sharing and learning from each other about like the work that you do and, you know, in some cases, how you can support each other in the work that you do. So the first standing committee that I'll go through with you, so we've been calling it the Skull Committee, and so Gregory came up with these really creative names for the committees. One of the first in my opinion, like this is my favorite standing committee, the Standing Committee on Universal Liaison and Party Labor, the SKULL Committee. And it focuses on inter-party cooperation and empowerment. So this is like, you know, the real nitty-gritty of like how pirates actually, you know, how we do our work on a daily basis, and you know, the practical ways to support each other, the practical ways to collaborate. So the topics that we discussed was we had a meeting that focused on IT. We had a meeting that focused on graphics and design. We had one on democracy tools, and we had one on internal party structure and management. And all of these were very interesting. And one of the things that came out of the SKULL Committee was, this is from the graphics and design meeting, was a graphics vault that you guys can use. You just, there's a link there on the report in Discourse, and you're welcome to sign up for it, and somebody will, you know, like approve you, and then you can go in, you can share your graphics, you can share your source material, whatever you want in there, really. And yeah, it's just, you know, just another way to share, and hopefully everybody can make use of that. I hope that people have already made use of it. I think that's the case. I know that stuff has been uploaded there, and I hope that that continues to be the case. So that's one thing that came out of that, is the graphics vault. Also, as a result of the IT discussion that we had, we took a really good look at what our current tech resources are, and we found that we have a lot of resources that we can share with people, with new pirate parties, or even if you're not a new pirate party, but you know, you need something, you need a website domain or a mail server or an Etherpad, you know, anything like that. Like, we have that stuff and we can provide it for you if you need it. So that was something that like has always kind of been there, but I think a lot of people didn't really know that we could actually provide these things to you if you need it. So like, that was kind of a big deal to learn that. You know, if there's anything you guys need for your party, and you don't have it, you can't get it for whatever reason, like, come talk to us, because like maybe we can help set something up for you. And you know, that's one of the reasons we're here, is to help you with stuff like that, and we can totally do it. So always feel like you can reach out if there's stuff that you need. So that's the SKULL Committee. The next committee that I'll mention is what we've been calling the Scurvy Committee, Standing Committee on Usual Requisition of Various Yields. And this is like a finances committee. This is, you know, where we talk about financial issues. So how parties are managing their finances, how do you raise funds, you know, some of the issues surrounding dealing with money, like transparency issues, privacy issues, accountability, these things that just come up when you're dealing with money. We talked about fundraising, crowdfunding, state subsidies, membership fees, donations, transparent bank accounts, complying with GDPR rules. All of these things were discussed in the Scurvy Committee. So yeah, there's that. We also had the SCENE Committee, which is a standing committee on external networking and engagement. And this one is all about, now we only had one meeting for this one, and we intended to do another one, but it didn't happen. But this meeting was really cool. The focus, it was everything to do with like PR and, you know, the pirate relationship to the public, getting your messages out there, gaining support during elections and in between elections, things like social media practices, editorial plans, your practices when dealing with the press and your relationship to the press, newsroom stuff, election campaign practices, you know, street campaigns, advertising, public events, and campaigning during COVID-19. So that's, this committee was like everything to do with PR, with, our relationship to the public. The next standing committee that we have here is the SCUBA committee, or Standing Committee on UN Bureaucratic Activities. So as you guys know, PPI has special consultative status with ECOSOC, which is the United Nations Economic and Social Council. It's like the UN branch of, or the NGO branch of the UN, sorry. And the SCUBA committee is all about that. It's about the ECOSOC work, the UN conferences that come up. Obviously, with COVID, people didn't really get to travel for those conferences. There was some stuff online, some statements submitted. But this is the committee that, it deals with like everything ECOSOC. And there's been a couple meetings with that. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, there might be one this month too. But there's also some other conferences. It's like the ECOSOC committee, but it kind of also branches out into other conferences like IGF, which we'll get into a little more further in the report. So the next thing isn't so much a standing committee, but it's something that we've been doing every 3 weeks. Pirate Beer, it's just an online social event. Like I said, we've been doing it every 3 weeks. It's just completely informal. It's unstructured. It's just a way for people to connect and hang out in, a more relaxed environment, and, outside of meetings and stuff, and just getting to know each other and just like building relationships. It's been really fun. And, so we did a lot of those this year also. So besides these, there was a lot of board meetings, 18 board meetings this year. The board has been meeting every 3 weeks as opposed to every 2 weeks like we were in previous years. That worked really well for us, I think. And, lots and lots and lots of meetings this year. There was also some other stuff that we did. So Pirate Summer Camp was able to happen, despite the pandemic. Some folks got together in Poland. Maybe Gregory can elaborate a little more on that afterwards. But we also, the Think Twice conference, unfortunately, which was supposed to happen in Prague, that had to be canceled because of COVID. But hopefully that can happen in 2021. As you guys know, we had an online GA in May, and we had a few new members admitted there. So Pirate Party Chile, Pirate Party of Japan was admitted as an observer member. And that was a successful GA. So there's, you can see a little further down in the report with ECOSOC. So there was a written and oral statement submitted for the 2020 high-level segment of the Economic and Social Council, including the high-level political forum on sustainable development. So they just published statements, but you see that there's a link there to the written statements, and you can see PPI's statement in there. We did a panel discussion at the Internet Governance Forum in November and hosted a virtual booth. And the workshop that we did was focused on the digital integrity of the human person, digital integrity of a person as a new human right. And we had almost 60 participants for that. Lots of people from around the world were like super into it. We got lots of good questions. It was a good discussion. Really, overall successful thing. So the WTO I'm seeing here. So we were registered to participate in the WTO ministerial conference in June, but that got postponed to next year. One thing that got to happen, which I hope that it can happen more in the future, is we did an online bar camp. So a bar camp is like, a term that gets used for it is unconference, because instead of like planning and planning the discussions and stuff, you just kind of show up and you pick your topic and people go into breakout groups. And so we did that. It was really fun. So we talked about like the overall topic was about moving forward with PPI. What can we do under PPI? So there was one room that talked about fundraising, another room that talked about pirate research, and the idea of like an educational thing, pirate parties for dummies. And then there was another one on activism and kind of how the pirate movement connects with other big social movements going on right now, like Black Lives Matter, the Save Your Internet stuff, all of that, and just the protests happening around the world, and our connections to those, and supporting other movements, and building relationships with activists. So there's a couple other things that the GA has tasked the board with. So during the Pirate Summer Camp, there was some work done on the Pirate Manifesto for PPI, and there's a text on that, a working text that includes every policy text that has been agreed upon between multiple pirate parties, including the PPEU manifesto. That's still a work in progress, though, and there will be more meetings for that. So, obviously, if that's something you guys are interested in, definitely get involved with it. And we have evaluated different source code control systems and have settled on GitLab to host on our servers to fulfill the last GA's decision. And that's also a work in progress. So that brings me to the end of the report. I don't think that we forgot anything in here. If we did, okay. Does anybody, Gregory, Keith, do any of you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'm sorry from speaking from the chair, but yeah, I already posted it in the forum as a reply text. So maybe if you refresh, you will see it. There's one thing we forgot, that we also, because it was way in the beginning of the year, we had published a statement on homelessness at the UN Commission for Social Development Conference that was happening in February. And we have written about it on our homepage, and I linked to that.
Awesome. Thank you for the reminder about that. Yeah, so it's been a pretty active year. We hope that you guys have enjoyed the stuff that we've been setting up. We've had, some of you guys have been at like pretty much every meeting, every event that we organized, and we really love that. We hope that can continue. It's like there's still a lot of work to be done, of course, but we feel like things are moving in a good direction, especially when it comes to like involving people more, talking to people more, communicating better, and we hope that like these are things that we can continue to build on. And obviously, if you guys have suggestions, if you have like constructive criticism, things that you want to see done differently, anything, like, tell us for sure. And we'll try and do our best going forward. So thank you for listening. Does anybody have any questions, any comments?
Thank you, Bailey.
No problem.
If Gregory is not going to do that, I just wanted to mention it's in the board report, but the registration for the next year summer camp are open, so you can check your calendars.
Yes, thank you, Mike. And the dates for the year after are also set, and the registration theoretically are also open, but we do it one by one currently. Okay, so we have the Thank you. That there's any more question to the board report? Then I would like to give the floor to Bastian, who is acting as a PPI treasurer at the moment, to deliver the finance report and treasurer's report.
Yes, thank you. I have continuous voice on, so please do not interrupt me and mute yourself. And I try to get it as I have to. Yeah, the board of PPI appoints. Just a second. No, it's not interrupted anymore. So the board of PPI appoints the treasurer from among its members. Due to the unsettled situation, I stepped in October 20th. It's quite a short time, and the board elected me as the treasurer. Since then, I have been preparing the finances. On the 30th of October, I transferred the account balances and the bookings into our wiki. Here, nothing had happened since the end of 2018. We have access to our bank account, which is very reasonable, and on the end of November, we had a balance of 5,099.48 Swiss francs, and it's about 4,714.51 euros. We should consider to keep an account in euros in the future, because most payments are made in euros, and otherwise there are only additional costs due to currency differences. You know about that. There's still a problem with our PayPal account that we have kept so far. This account is actually a private account at PayPal Belgium. So far, we have not been able to get a new access. I tried very hard. I got an answer from the owner, and maybe we can solve the problem in the very near future. The last known account balance is from end of July 2018 with 538.79 euros. In the meantime, further amounts have been received, and on 18th of November, I opened a real business account at PayPal Switzerland. On 21st of November, this account has been verified by PayPal and will be served exclusively by a function account. This ensures that the PPI can always dispose of it. So this account is also listed in the wiki, and in addition, there's a Bitcoin account with Kraken, which has been reactivated. Keys had kindly taken over. We feel that there's only one little membership fee on that, but we find out it and publish it as soon as possible. I tried to allocate the membership fees for of the members. As you can see in the wiki, there are only a few payments, and we have to clear that up with the help of the members like a puzzle. This is a lot of work, but I'm sure we can solve it. And if we get access to the old PayPal account, it's much more easier. Due to these irregularities, it's naturally very difficult to set up a budget for 2021. And as careful merchants, we can only count on income that is reasonably secure. Therefore, I have drawn a provisional budget. We should decide it again in spring 2021. You can see the budget later on if you discuss it budget item. And I have to try to contact the layouts, but they have only been in the wiki since Wednesday, and I have almost no contact details. Maybe we should always take up contact details of all elected officials shortly after the election. This makes things easier, especially if you have to fear that the elected people don't know about their new function. This is a running gag we are dealing with about 10 or 11 years. For the future, I would like to revert the old decision to publish quarterly financial reports. Maybe you remember, old members of Party National may remember, I don't know. I think financial transparency is particularly a good thing, and the members should know promptly how their money is managed. And I would be pleased if the new board would again give me the necessary confidence or trust as a treasurer for 21. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bastian. Are there any questions? Are there any questions to the board, to the report of the treasurer? I don't see them. Do we have somebody from Court of Arbitration to deliver a report on the work of Court of Arbitration? Okay, I don't see anyone. And so I'm also believe there is no, there are no lay auditors present either. Okay, so in that case, Bastian have the floor again, and we are talking about the budget proposal.
Yeah. What a surprise. I ask for 1 minute that I can present it in a readable form in your browser, so I have to upload it into our cloud. Let's break
Take
for
your
something.
time, take your time you need, but I think like 3 minutes, then the 12:13 CET, 11:30 UTC. And in the meantime, if I may ask Lou Burger or Lou Burger, are you representing a party here or any? You are welcome to stay, but just like want to know if we're missing any delegations.
You might not see it. He wrote Latvia.
Yeah, Pirate Party Latvia. That I had that suspicion that it could be them. In that case, we have one more delegate.
Yeah, and one more vote for the whole election because he was there.
Yeah, and he was abstaining for Pirati
Okay.
IO. So welcome, Pirate Party Latvia.
Luboger, can you clarify how you voted in both of the votes?
I think in the first he wasn't present, and the second they had been in their abstention queue.
On line 157, I've just clarified that they showed up, but also since France is not present, we still have 13.5 voting power.
Okay, good. And in the meantime, everybody, if you go to the GA forum and refresh, there had been new motions submitted to be discussed this afternoon.
All of the motions are on line 340. If you can clarify that they're all there, that'd be great.
We will come to that. They're coming in as we speak. There's like in the last 20 minutes, like 4 motions appeared.
Good.
And will appear a few more, I promise.
Okay, it's online. The budget is online. You have to click on the link and 30. Thank you. So you can open it in your browser or you can download it so we can discuss it. Should I start, Chair?
Yes, please. I also questioned, is it also, or we should make sure that it is also in the GA forum?
Yeah, maybe the minute taker keys can.
Yeah, maybe keys can take care of that. So
I tried to add the HTML for the spreadsheet into the discourse, but it doesn't work.
Can you put a link to the Nextcloud?
That I will do.
Yeah, the link is okay, and I will manage it later.
Okay, good. So we will fix it later. So, but Bastian have a floor. Everybody can follow your proposal.
Yeah, it's not that easy to see what the history is, but we look forward, and so I made a little budget. It is not very complicated. We have big expenses on tech stuff, which I will declare later. And the first important thing is the income. And the income is about, I calculated in a revised form, 6,898 euros. And how we do that? We collect fees. It's only calculation. Normally it should be about 5,000 euros, but we have an unclear situation with the membership payments, and so I calculate 3,000, and then if we are lucky, we get 100 euros from individual membership again, and then a IT donation about 3,798. So it makes altogether 6,898. On the other hand side, we have expenses, and there are the tech stuff. By some idiot who will donate the IT, we have to calculate the IT either, and so we have the tech stuff with altogether 3,848, and the difference is the domain cost we have on the GoDaddy. The other domains are maybe donated. And I calculated bank fees about 70 euros. Maybe it's a little bit more if we have a euro account. Office expenses like stamps or whatever, about 50 euros. And we have a Swiss post box, and it's about 240 a year because it costs us 20 euros a month. And we have a registration fee. I do not know whether it's a post box in Swiss. We have to discuss it with Pat. I think it's registration in Blind or BL, whatever it means. I took it over from the old budget. Then I calculated a General Assembly in real was 300 euros. The Twin Kais conference was 400 euros, and maybe a donation to the Summer Camp 21 to 150, and we have a Pirate Security conference with this normally in real life, but it's we have an online event, and this online event is hosted and costs a little bit money. Maybe we are fine with that we give 100 euros. Another thing is there is not the balance included from the past, and we have to clear the situation. What we have to what's our money, what's saved money. We have saved money. We have donations for the Think Twice conference in Prague, which we didn't attend because there was no conference, and the donations should be used for the same event in the future, I think. So we are as a trustee for them that the money is there, and we can't donate it for another event. So except the Think Twice conference. That's it. And the revised budget on page 2 is now a little bit more than we have to pay. That's a plus of 457 euros. Hopefully more. We get more if we get more membership fees. That's first, and we can establish a shop project we want to do since years, and Gary has an idea for that. Maybe we can set it up in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Bastian.
Thank you, Bailey, but I'm chairing here. Sorry. So any questions or word of thanks? Mike?
It's not a question, but I would just like to thank Bastian that he took up this task and manages it well. And I hope he'll do it next year as well.
And also, I have a question then. So you said this is a provisional budget only to be valid for a couple of months, and we need to agree upon a new budget by when?
Okay, we have to vote on that budget I presented today, and remembering that it's a provisional budget until the next General Assembly, I think. Maybe it's in the springtime, but it's up to the board. And I think we have clear financial situations since then, and then we have a real budget which is proved. And I won't give you or let you in a situation that we have not a clear situation with the finances as today, and then you vote about that. But we need a budget that we can spend money. That's it.
Okay. So you will provide a recommendation when you think that we have enough clarity to call for a GA to vote for a new budget.
Okay, good. That's my idea.
Okay, any more questions? Carlos, please.
I second the idea of Bastian. We need just to vote this budget to have the operational thing, but we need a real budget that will come in the next AG, I think. But I second the idea.
Okay, good. Any more questions or comments toward the budget before we come to voting on it? Okay, good. Then I call for a vote on the proposed temporary budget. Please move to the voting rooms. Okay, I'm reading out. Pirate Party of Austria is a yes. Pirate Party of Catalonia is a yes. Pirate Party of Chile is a yes. Pirate Party of the Czech Republic is a yes. Pirate Party of France is currently not present. Pirate Party of Germany is yes. Pirate Party of Italy is yes. Oh no, sorry. Pirate Party of Italy, can I see?
We are on the yes.
Oh yeah, Matt, sorry. I was looking for you. Okay. Pirate Party of Israel is yes. Pirate Party of Latvia, yes. Pirate Party of Luxembourg is yes. Pirate Party of Netherlands is yes. Internet Party of New Zealand is yes, half a vote. As Catalonia is half a vote is yes. Pirate Party of Norway is yes. Pirate Party of Russia is yes. Pirate Party dash Slovakia, half a vote, yes. And Pirate Party of Switzerland, yes. So we have a unanimous decision. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your confidence.
I don't think that we ever had a budget decision that was unanimously before. Okay, good. So we have now would be time for statutes amendments, but no statutes proposals for amending the statutes had been submitted. So there's nothing to discuss there. And then, according to the minutes, we are, according to the proposed agenda, we are about 1 hour early because we should have lunch at 2 p.m. European, Central European time or 1 p.m. Troll time zone. So I'm asking the assembly, do you prefer to have the meal break now and then after the meal break move to the motions, or start with the motions now and have a break in an hour? Can I have a straw poll, please? And we're using the voting rooms for that, and having break now, move to the yes room. Having break in an hour, move to the no rooms, please. So it seems like the clear majority for having a break now and reconvene later. It's about 2/3 of the people. So I would say let's meet again at 1:45 Central European time, which would be 12:45 Universal Standard Time or Troll time zone. And it's called that way. I'm not trolling. Yeah, Troll time zone is called after the Antarctic station of Troll that belongs to Norway, and that's the only location that's actually in the Universal time zone. So that's why it's a Troll time zone. Okay, so let's meet again in an hour. Have a nice meal and don't come overstuffed, so we will have fresh brains in the afternoon. The meeting is adjourned.
Wait, is it actually the whole Iceland in there too?
No, they have their own time zone. Iceland is not UTC. UTC have some peculiarities.
But UTC is the same time zone as London most of the time, but
for a couple of seconds. Okay. So on my clock, it's 13:45 Central European Time, and it means it's 12:45 Universal Coordinated Time. So we agreed to continue the meeting now. Should we do a roll call? And when, okay, so I call the Pirate Party of Austria. Are you present?
Yes.
Pirate Party of Catalonia. Pirate Party of Chile. I see he's still in the away from keyboard section. Pirate Party of Czech Republic. He's definitely muted. Let me write in the board wire that we are restarting. Okay. Pirate Party of France. Pirate Party of Czech Republic. Are you now with us?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Pirate Party of Germany. I couldn't hear Mia, but I saw her lips moving. But let's count it as yes. Pirate Party of Hungary. Are you there yet? I think not yet, but we've been alerted that the Pirate Party of Hungary will arrive soon. Pirate Party of Italy. Matteo, Gabriele.
Yeah, we're here.
Thank you very much. Pirate Party of Israel.
Here.
Pirate Party of Latvia.
He writes here in the chat.
I can see the chat from up here, but okay. Pirate Party of Luxembourg.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Pirate Party of Netherlands.
Present.
Xiong?
You don't hear me?
Yes, now I hear you. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes, present.
Pirate Party of Norway. Ray? I couldn't hear Ray in case he was trying to say something. Pirate Party of Russia.
Yeah.
Present. Thank you. Pirate Party - Slovakia. Rudolf.
In the chat, yes.
Okay, good. Pirate Party of Switzerland. Carlos.
Yes.
Thank you. So calling again. Pirate Party Catalonia. I can't see him. No.
I also added Venezuela at the end. He should also be here soon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Pirate Party Venezuela. We should add that too.
Did you ask for Norway?
Right.
Sorry. So we're missing still Hungary and Norway.
Norway is present.
Thank you, Ray. Keith, can you help me? Do we have a quorum? The delegate who just arrived went out. Are you from Venezuela?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm just still getting used to this particular application.
Thank you very much. You're in the wrong channel. You should move up, down to official delegates and also configure push to talk, please.
No problem. I'll look into that one. So you said other delegates, yeah?
Official delegates channel, yes.
Official delegates. Okay, fine. Thank you.
So I have 13 and a half with Catalonia missing.
Van Out, how we should address you? Do you have a name?
My name's Henry Williams.
Hello, Henry. Can you mute yourself while you're not talking, unless you figure out how to configure push to talk?
Sure. I'm just doing that now. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, Keith, what were you saying?
We have 13 and a half voting power present.
Out of 12 and a half or something, right?
Out of 12 required for quorum, yes.
Okay, good. So we can continue with the meeting.
I don't think the quorum is 12 anymore. Probably 10 and a half.
It should be a third, at least more. So it should be 12 and a third or something. Because we need a third of the members for a quorum, and we have one member more. So if it was 12 before, it should be 12 and a third now.
I think it's 12 exactly. Voting power is 36 now. So now it's 12. Before that, it was just below 12.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarification. So anyway, we do have a quorum. And so we have on the agenda now motions. And now we currently have 10 motions, and maybe they will be growing because I had the whole day. So I would suggest that we continue in the order how they have been submitted or how they put in the minutes. So the first 3 motions had been present at the beginning of the GA, and the other 7 had been submitted as the GA already started. And there are no deadlines for motions, so there could be that they still appear after until after we're done with this topic. So the first motion is called inactive member solution, and this is proposed by the Pirate Party of Czech Republic. Who wants the floor?
I can speak on it. Very much what's written in discourse. Gregory and Kate put together lists of parties that were inactive for more than 3 years, which means they didn't participate in any GAs in 3 years. We tried to contact them. We went through their social media, through their web presentations. All of it usually seems to be very outdated or inactive. So there is a list of a few parties that are on the proverbial chopping block. But due to our statutes, Court of Arbitration is the one that has to take action on this. My proposal was, or the PPCZ's proposal was, that the GA should assign this task to the COA, even though the board already did. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
As a Drolled Austria, I think it would be good to have an automatism. So just when you're not showing up and not paying your fee, you get automatically become one of the observer members. When you get back and then you show up again, and you paid your fee, then you can, just before the quorum is established, be a full member again.
I agree that that would be good, but it requires a statute amendment, which we can't do today.
True. Just for the next meeting then.
Any more questions or comments? Then, then we are ready to vote.
Maybe, Gregory, if I may, we might shortly sum up which countries we talk about.
Yeah, please.
I'll go through the list today. What's already it's from the tally we took in the morning from some line 46 or something. Bosnia and Herzegovina, definitely inactive. Bulgaria, definitely inactive. Kazakhstan, inactive. South Korea, inactive. Today, we thought Latvia might have been inactive, but not anymore. Thank you, Latvia, for showing up. And I think that's it from those that are absolutely inactive. There are a few that need clarification, that are not very active or mostly active, but those were the worst ones.
Yeah, Pirate Party Latvia is present with us currently. Okay, good. So thank you for that. I'm thinking that give me please a second to look into our rules of procedures.
Gregory,
Yes.
I second the motion.
We don't need to second the motions. Every member is entitled to make as many motions as they like, and they don't need to be second.
Great.
That's okay. Okay, so I read up on the rules of procedure. I had an idea that we maybe could skip the voting if there's no opposition, but this rules of procedure doesn't give us that opportunity. So according to rules of procedure, I have to read out what is exactly we're voting on. So the proposal is the GA assigns a task to the Court of Arbitration to assess the situation and come up with a solution in time before the next GA regarding the inactive members. So this question can be answered with yes and no. So delegates, please go to the voting rooms. Only one person per delegation, please.
For Venezuela, since it is new, you just move to the room under the label voting and you choose yes, no, abstain.
Oh yeah, thank you. I should have explained it.
No problems. Thank you.
Okay, I believe it's had been all. So let us write this down in a minute. but it seems that the motion have carried with everybody agree except Venezuela, who abstains. So, Pirate Party Austria is a yes. Pirate Party of Catalonia is a yes. Pirate Party of Chile is a yes, sorry. Pirate Party of Czech Republic is a yes. France is still not here. Pirate Party of Germany, yes. Pirate Party of Hungary have not arrived yet, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Pirate Party of Italy is a yes. Pirate Party of Israel is a yes. Pirate Party of Latvia is a yes. Pirate Party of Luxembourg is a yes. Pirate Party of Netherlands is a yes. Pirate Party Internet Party of New Zealand, apologies, is yes. Pirate Party of Norway is yes. Yes. And Pirate Party of Russia is yes. Pirate Party Slovakia, half a vote is yes. Pirate Party of Switzerland is yes, and Venezuela abstains. Thank you very much. So the motion passed. So while we take this down to the minutes, we carry on. The next motion is number 2, Logistic Pirate Group, brought forward by Pirate Party of Switzerland, Carlo Polo.
Yes.
Do you like to present the motion, please?
Yes, please. Hello, everyone. My name is Carlos Polo, and I'm talking in the name of the Pirate Party Switzerland. I'm, as maybe what you don't know, I'm the main representative for PPI in Geneva, and for a long time I've been going around seeing how things going in this environment. After a discussion with several other NGOs that are represented in Geneva, one of the subjects that comes often is our lack of identity, global identity. As we know, all big organizations like Greenpeace, Médecins Sans Frontières, etc., they have one identity that is global, and this identity is going around, and people know and identified with this. They know how it recognizes identity. In this order of idea, I have been looking around what we do in several countries, and I think this is a real need today to have one strategy of communication that will be global. This strategy must be composed of several things, like a container of content, which all parties could bring their content, and then we could share it around, having into account that we have one image that is global for everyone. That should as well treat and centralize everything that is related to donations and image of the PPI on every continent, because we know language issues and situation issues are different for everyone. But we know that there are, for example, drafts that could be used to be adapted to local content to everyone. In that order of idea, I have proposed to create a group that could be represented at the same level, like in EGF, maybe 2 or 3 countries by continent, and make sure that we can communicate, create the strategy, create the container content, centralize the nations, and drive the image of the PPI. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. You can move down to the official delegate room from the yes. And any questions or comments to that motion?
I do have a question.
So since several people want to speak, I would suggest that you move to the speaker microphone, then we see who is in the queue, or I see who is in the queue.
All right.
And Matteo, you're first.
So I just wanted to ask how we're supposed to make sure that every organization that is under the PPI complies to this, if there's going to be any kind of checking about this.
Actually, I think that if we have the mandate to put in place the commission, we have to find the right way to make this commission work. One of the points that will be important is that this commission will be straight drive by the board to make sure that at least one member of the board can report, and we could have a common and a common and single strategy that allow us to drive our communication in the better way, in the benefits of our goals.
Thank you. Next is Mike.
To be honest, I have no idea from the proposal what this is actually going to achieve and differently from what we are already doing. So can you explain what the target is? I don't really get it.
For me, the target is first one single communication strategy for all countries, with image, with putting in place a donation strategy to centralize through PPI the way to distribute what we get as donations in the world of every single party that is inside the PPI. The second point is to have one image worldwide to PPI. Make sure that people understand what we are driving, what are our values, transparency, what are our goals, human rights, inclusiveness, supporting minorities. That is the scope. The scope is to have one single strategy of communication that could be then going top down, being implemented in the local in the countries and then in the local parties, because we know, for example, Germany have several parties, pirate parties, depending on the departments or on the lands that they have. So the idea is to help them with a single line of communication that will help us to be recognized as one organization, as one big organization, to make hear the voice of the people who are donating and who are supporting us. That is the point, to have one image that is driving through the world, talking to pirate parties. What is pirate parties? Why we are here? What are we doing? I hope I answered your question, Michael.
I'm not sure you did. I'm sorry for the follow-up, but if it's something that requires the parties to change how they present themselves, it's a utopia. If it's just something like the what we discussed before, like the pirate parties for dummies, something we did on the pirate camp, then okay. But from what you said, I feel like this is like a deep intervention into how the parties run themselves, and I would have to know something like that.
Okay. Carlos?
I don't think we want to intervene. We want to help them. And we know, for example, that as now we have new countries coming on, like Venezuela, that could be a very good help if they could have a container of content where they could come to prepare the campaigns. We are now, I'm starting a communal campaign here in Nyon, where I live, and asking my friends from the Swiss party to help me with content, to start to put my digital communication in place, because I want to be in the same line that the Swiss. I don't want to run something separate. We want to drive one image for country. And that is the idea. We don't want to intervene in the countries. We want to help them to better elaborate their campaigns, to better pass their measures, to better get to the public that they want to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list was Peter. He refrained from the queue. Am I correct? Then we have Manuel. No, sorry, we have Henry from Venezuela first.
Yeah, am I okay to speak?
Yes, please.
Lovely. Okay. So my issue with what Carlos is trying to say is that I appreciate about the shared values, but the problem is that all of our separate parties, play a part in a distinct culture. So although I think that he's got a point where having literature, or as Mike said, having a sort of pirate party for dummies in order to share our values, in terms of heavy involvement, I don't seem to understand that.
Actually, how I see the proposal is I see a commission that we will centralize this information, create a container content where all the countries can come to take what they will need at the right time, elections or different times for the political life. I see a way to centralize donations in the way that we could be transparent all the time now that we have a central PayPal account that could be spread all around the world. And I could see as well the way to drive an image, sharing our values and sharing our scopes, our goals, what we want, how we want to see this society 360 grades, and how we are participating to change and to make life better to our citizens, our supporters, and the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Manuel, your turn.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Now we can hear you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask regarding this motion. I think that is a very good idea on the sense of gathering up and consolidating our efforts of unifying at least general guidelines as tools to reach out better with our message as a private movement. But I was looking at the board report that was mentioned by the board just some hours ago, and when they refer to the Standing Committee on External Networking and Engagement, the SIN committee, some of the functions that this motion contemplates, the idea of a logistics group, some of the functions of these two entities seem the same. Things like social media engagement, advertisement, street campaigns, image bank. So my question is, wouldn't be a better idea for the goals of the logistics group just to extend the reach of the SIN committee and make it stronger so it can also fulfill the new jobs that would be expected from the logistics group?
one motion is motion. It's open to the board and to the countries that are participating to see if we have one interest to go in this direction or maybe adapt it. I'm open to any kind of the adaptation that we could do, and even we could put it inside of this group. But what I would like to see is start to work to get results, to get a way to help others in the way that if we have a common container of content, if we have a way to centralize our donations, we could make sure that we could help through social media, through encourage street campaigns, do what is necessary to drive our image in the way that we want it. And I know for some part of this process, we will need help of professionals. And I know there are people in our associations that help us, that are ready to help us to get to the point that we want. But we need to have a lead, and we need to have people who are engaged, go in this way. And open for the option to get in that group if it's necessary. But I think it's a real important issue for us and for the continuity of yes, our fight and our yes. Thank you.
Okay. So next I have yeah, next I have Alexander from Russia, and after that Ji-Young.
I would like somehow support this motion because first of all, we already have very similar activities as our chair have presented inside different working groups, especially on sharing how to work with media or how to use IT. So we already have such activities somehow. Also, one more concrete suggestion on unified action is inside of PPR motions. I think that idea of more active activities and united activities worth at least discussing. Maybe in such form as it's suggested in this motion, it's may not be accepted just now, but we definitely need to go forward in this direction.
Yeah, so sorry, I apologize that I have not pointed it out like a couple minutes ago, because I've been actually been pointed out to me that this motion, as I said right now, is not a valid motion according to our rules of procedure. Article 5, paragraph 6 says every motion or counter motion must have a subject that can be voted yes or no. Currently, of what I read as a motion is text, I think PPI needs to create and elect a logistic pilot group, LPG. This is not a statement that you can vote on yes and no. So I ask the delegates to, if they want to adopt it, they would need to rephrase it first, that it would be a valid motion that can be voted with yes or no. But now the floor for Ji-Young.
Yes, so I definitely agree that there is a need, perhaps especially with starting parties, to get up to speed. And I think also, as Mike pointed out, perhaps especially with the established parties, they want to go forward with what they have. I mean, like, let's just say a silly example. In the Netherlands, our main color is purple. I think with other parties, it might be orange, it might be black and white, or whatever. And I think, let's just say, on that level, we don't need to streamline everything and get everyone on the same color. So let's just say I would like to see a motion in a sense of we want to start a logistics service, because I definitely think there is a need for that, but perhaps you mean it a little bit different than it was written down. So that's my comment.
Yes, to answer to Gregory, the question for me today is: we want to have a logistic group, yes or not? And then I think that could be something that could be done by the board, that to put someone on that job to create the logistic and to create the necessary framework to do it, and to maybe for the next AG have a little presentation of what will be done in the future to help newcomers and to capitalize on our efforts of publicity, advertising, and other things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Roland.
Thank you, Desert Roll Austria. First up, we're not the biggest fans of centralization because we are everything but a centralized organization, and that's fine. Second, there are several groups inside PPI already working on stuff like that. Like I think Bailey has mentioned the graphics vault, and there is some best practices group, etc. So organizing it in a working group usually makes a lot more sense than just have it by committee. And I agree though with the assessment that there could be some benefit by creating a place where this all can easier be shared. I'm thinking about like maybe a Kanban or Trello, something like that, so where people can just put in what they need and what they're looking for, and others can pick it up, or groups can pick it up and help out. So as it stands now, I think it's just it's not fully understanding what is already available in PPI.
Yes, there is several things that I think when I thought about this idea, I thought about the way that capitalizing in a lot of things. And for example, goodies that normally are used, we could in some way help from the ones to the newcomers to have the opportunity to have access to parts of what is done in another parts of the world. The idea was especially to centralize the help and then distribute it to those who need the most. Because I know, for example, if we look in the Czech Republic, maybe they could help others. They don't need help. But if we look in the other side with Venezuela, when we think they will need some kind of way to start their activity in a better way, to get some kind of choice point. The point of this activity was, or this motion was just that, to put in place something that allows us to drive these different things in a right way and with a name, just to looking forward to see one scoop, to see results in the future that will show through the numbers of people who are getting by our ideas, that they are adapting, or they are following us, or they are supporting us, and then could through this way give a little bit back to the national countries as help in the different aspects of advertising, social media, and whatsoever. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want a statement or comment or questions? And then I would like to know how exactly is the wording of the text that we are about to vote, if you still maintain your motion.
Was PPI a logistic group, and then board could decide who will drive this group and what, and the logistic group, actually the scope is just to make sure that we have a content.
I'm stop you here. You're repeating yourself. I would like to read out what is suggested in the PAD, and the PAD suggestion is: the PPI General Assembly tasks the board to create a logistic pirate group. Because you don't need a two-part question, If you answer the first one with no, there is nothing left. And if you say yes to that, it's already said everything. So would you
That's
be...
great.
You think perfect. Okay, good. Okay. Anyone? Oh, I see. Sorry, I see people at the microphone. I apologize. I haven't seen you. I don't know who was first, Mike or Stephanie. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
From your last explanation, Carlos, I finally got what you want to establish, but also what you described was exactly the purpose of one of our standing committees, the exchange of know-how between the parties. We already have that.
Yeah, if I may comment also, I'm sure I'm not supposed to as chair, but to clarify, the standing committees is also a decision by the Online General Assembly 2015. It just took some time to implement, but they are also based on the decision of the previous General Assembly. So if you just want to establish a group that helps other pirate parties, it's already there. So, Stephanie?
Hello, yes, I also wanted to mention that we already have quite a lot of committees or helping hands for new members and new pirate parties who want to learn how to communicate better, for example, working groups and so on. So I think that creating a new group that has to be elected with new members will complicate things maybe a lot more than making it easier. So maybe it would be better to try to focus more on the existing groups that we already have and to extend their mission than to create a new group. Another thing is that in the wording of the motion, I can read is to centralize, coordinate, and manage logistic issues, public relation, and publicity. That sounds for me a little bit too strong because it's not just helping new pirate parties to communicate better or whatever, but it's centralizing the whole public relations, publicity. It sounds like this, which is, I think, a little bit opposed to the idea that the pirate movements are not a top-down but a bottom-up movement. And comparing it to something like Greenpeace or Médecins Sans Frontières, who are highly centralized, which is good also for their communication, of course. It makes things easier, but I think it's not the way for the pirates.
Thank you. Bastian?
Yeah, last proposal. I think it's a good idea to have this motion in mind, and so the wording of Gregory is very clear. There's a task for the PPI board to create a logistic pirate group. How does it will fulfilled in the future? It's up to the board. But I won't erase that motion or deny that motion at all. And to Stephanie, yes, we have not really a deadline for motion, so we can change a motion also if you all agreed with this. Thank you.
Okay. I see Stephanie still on the microphone, or you just left her standing?
No, sorry, I was still there, but I have not.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Happened to the best of us. So okay. So I don't see anyone at the microphone anymore. So I ask Carlos, are you? So you're maintaining your motion as written, and also remind people that justification is not part of what we decide. It's just an explanation to explain the motion, but it's not the part of the decision. So, Carlos, are you still maintaining your motion and with the text that is proposed, right?
Yes, with the text that you propose, I think is best.
Okay, good. So we can move to voting then. please go to the voting room. And I shall read out the motion the last time. We are voting on the motion. The PPI General Assembly tasks the board to create a logistic pirate group.
I will just note that we have Pirate Party Hungary with us now.
Okay, I write this in the minutes. So who is delegate for Hungary?
Nicely named mumble.ppi.rocks.
Mumble
But it's Mariana Singer.
I feel like it's a very elaborate trolling, but okay.
I believe it was an honest mistake.
Okay, good. So we write this down. We have 15 people voted. I think somebody is still missing because we should have 16 votes. I think Norway is missing.
And so is Hungary. You vote by moving to one of the yes, no, abstain rooms in the voting room.
Okay, so I guess that everybody had the opportunity to vote. So read out what the result is. It's Pirate Party Austria is a no. Pirate Party of Catalonia, half a vote is abstaining. Pirate Party of Chile is abstaining. Pirate Party of Czech Republic is a no. Pirate Party of Hungary is not participating in this vote. Pirate Party of Italy is a no. Pirate Party of Israel abstains. Pirate Party of Latvia abstains. Pirate Party of Luxembourg, no. Pirate Party of Netherlands abstains. Internet Party of New Zealand abstains. Pirate Party of Norway is a no. Pirate Party of Russia is a yes. Pirate Party Slovakia, half a vote, is a no. Pirate Party of Switzerland is yes. And Pirate Party of Venezuela is a no. So we have the motion has not gained a majority and is not carrying. Thank you very much. So you can move all back to the delegates room, and we come to the next motion, which is called No Room for Abusers. And as it is formulated currently, it is also not a valid motion according to the rules of procedure because it doesn't entail a question that can be answered with yes and no. So we can still open discussion for it and reformulate it in case we still want to vote on it. Who wants to have the floor? And I can give some 20-30 seconds to Sjoerd in case you want to join down because he's listening on YouTube and this is probably delayed. There we go. Sjoerd, you have the floor.
Yes. Can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Get by my text. Hang on. Pop the YouTube link, of course. All right. I've heard your comment about not being a question, so I did a small edit, and the motion now is called: Is PPI prepared to voice that there is no room for abuses in PPI and its members? Question mark. Be able to answer yes or no. With all the abuse going around on the internet in the past years, I think it would be good for the PPI to just state out that, well, with all stuff going on, abuses shouldn't be here within the pirate parties. Without feeling safe, it's incredibly hard to say what you want to say and voice your opinion. In countries without free speech, people don't feel safe. As a pirate, we have to assure that anyone within the pirate walls feels safe enough to speak them out. Pirates need to know that we won't stand for any kind of abuse, and therefore we need to be outspoken about it. No abuse of any kind should be allowed within the pirate walls, and we need to say that. But again, I repeat the motion: is PPI prepared to voice that there is no room for abuse within the PPI walls and its members? Thank you.
Thank you, Should. So I see Alexander at the microphone. Alexander,
Yes.
your turn.
Exactly. Usually, abuse, usually safety space, or at least insurance and safety space, is created by approving code of conduct or something like. But listening to Third, here, I think we just maybe need an coordinated statement of pirate parties on internet abuse or something like. So if this motion can be formulated as an action point or something like, I think it's really supportable. Also, I have a question, because a few days ago I've seen a post by member of Icelandic Pirate Party about abuse happening at the board of European pirates. But actually that was a statement of abuse, but no details was provided. So if somebody, if we are talking about abuse, could explain what happened, it would be really fine. Thanks.
Anyone else? Venezuela, please.
Hi, sorry. Is there a formal grievance process then within the PPL that people can raise things like this through?
Within the PPU or within the PPI?
Sorry, I meant PPI.
Okay. PPI have a court of arbitration that members are allowed to call in case of conflict and other things, and this is our dispute resolution body that we have in the statutes.
Thank you.
Any more questions or statements or comments? Or statements in support or opposition? Okay. Then we prepare the voting. Wait, just hold on for a second.
Carlos, please.
Carlos, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, so we have the motion title is No Room for Abuses. The motion text that we are voting upon is PPI prepared to voice that there is no room for abuses in the PPI and its members? The voting rooms is open. Please join the according voting room. Only one delegate per, one person per delegation, please. And okay, Chile is missing. Thank you. And then I think we complete. So Pirate Party, so basically it's everybody is voting in favor, or no, somebody went out again. So currently we have 15 people, so 16 people voting. Everybody is in favor, except Switzerland, who abstains. So the motion passed. Thank you very much.
On behalf of me and Keith, I would like to ask everybody to stay in the room next time a little bit longer. So we are sure that we have the correct numbers.
I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I should have asked the tabulators if they got everything.
There's only one I'm not sure about, and it's Hungary, whether Mariana voted or not.
I think she has not. But it was my, yeah, we have 17 persons present without France. And we had 16 people voting, so yes. So one was missing. Okay, next motion is now number 4. It's called COVID-19 and Negative Activities of State. We are in the minute on line 585. And let me put the motion in the chat. Okay, so Carlos and Keith, you can move out of the voting room again, and the floor is open. Alexander, do you want the floor?
Yes, for sure. First of all, I want to bring my apologizes to everyone, because next 7 or 8, I actually lost my count of motions, will be presented by myself. It's not my personal motions, because we heavily discussed such motions in our Russian Pirate Party discussion groups. Not all motions which was suggested by our members went for you to approval. For example, a motion on abuse of chemical weapons on opposition politicians have not passed agreement to be submitted to PPI General Assembly, but some motions I will present in next minutes. Most of them was translated by their proposers in English, so it's not ideal, but as I've seen, somebody already took some time to fix English language in our motion. Sorry, our Russian English is a bit different from classical English. So I will read it as it's fixed. And then it can be discussed, I think. So the first motion, after few corrections, sounds like PPI condemns government's actions worldwide using coronavirus as an excuse for more surveillance within national borders, including spying on citizens of other countries. Governments take advantage of their rights and legal powers, enacting disproportionate methods, mechanisms, and technologies of surveillance upon people's actions and intentions, violating their fundamental rights and freedoms. The efficiency of methods of coronavirus control is low and absent. However, there are alternative methods of coronavirus control. Point. So the yes or no, we are voting on PPI condemns government actions. Gregory?
Thank you very much. I was distracted for a second. Yes. Are there any questions or comments to the motion?
I think for all of them, or for most of these motions here, it's a statement, and we can we can vote on if we agree on this statement or declaration, I think, as a question. So do we approve of this declaration?
Yeah, I think that this is a statement that can be voted with yes and no. But yeah, feel free to rephrase if you think. Okay, Stephanie.
I have a question on the two last sentences of the motion that says the efficiency of methods of coronavirus control is low or absent, and then, however, there are alternative methods of coronavirus control. 2 times there is just written methods, and I would like to know which methods are meant there.
Well, I think the methods which are used by states. Let me check the Russian formulation of this, because it can be really different from what appears, how the authors of this mention translated it to English. No, it's translated directly straightforward, so I can add something like I can't comment it. Sorry. Looking at Russian language, I may mean that the idea was the methods of control over government actions related to coronavirus control. But actually, I don't think that I'm authorized to change it this way. Back to you.
Maybe my question was not exactly clear. I was asking, when we are talking about the government actions that they take, there's not written which actions are meant. So is it social distancing, wearing a mask? Are we talking about these methods and saying that they are not efficient enough? And if they are not efficient enough, which other alternative methods exist in your opinion?
This motion is not exactly about discussion of methods. This motion is about the government abuse of the methods they are using. So we are not discussing or proposing any methods. We are just saying that governments abuse such activities. Abuse idea of control over coronavirus for creating something negative. So it's not about actual methods. It's about how government acts in response to COVID-19.
Okay. Stephanie, if you have further questions, stay in the microphone room. But now we have Zhiyong, and then I'm sorry, I forgot what the delegate name from Venezuela is. Again, so no, Henry was right. So, but first, Zhiyong.
Yes, I'm, let's just say, just interpreting the motion. So I assume it's mainly about the surveillance methods that this motion is against, and I think, well, at least in the Netherlands, we're also against a lot of these surveillance methods. But I do understand the concern because, let's just say, well, at least in the Netherlands, when you are against, let's just say, some of the methods that the governments are sort of trying to use to limit the spread of the virus, that you have the risk that you're associated with people who call COVID-19 a hoax. And I can imagine that people are concerned with that they don't want to be associated with people that call COVID-19 a hoax. But let's just say I do agree that a lot of these surveillance methods are worrisome and that PPI should make a statement about it.
Henry?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I just wanted to agree with Stephanie, because I think, or I believe, that the statement is quite vague. And the fact that different countries have instituted different methods sort of adds to the confusion, I think.
Peter?
Just a suggestion, as the last two sentences are kind of vague, we could just strike them through and not, just remove them from the statement. And I think it will be fine in the intention of the statement. So there's still criticism in there of surveillance.
I think I can agree with this. So this this sentence is not required for the spirit of the whole motion.
Okay, so the last two sentences are removed from proposal. You say?
Just for the record, from
Yes.
the efficiency.
So the motion text. Apologies, Alexander.
Yeah.
You have your mic open. Thank you. So, so the text now reads: PPI condemns government actions worldwide using coronavirus as an excuse for more surveillance within national borders, including spying on citizens of other countries. Governments takes advantage of the rights and legal powers, enacting disproportionate methods, mechanisms, and technologies of surveillance upon people, actions, and intentions, violating their fundamental rights and freedom. That is the motion. Okay, no. So, okay, are we ready to vote on that, or any more comments? Then I call the voting open. Please move to the voting rooms. Oh, Stephanie, you moved back to the microphone. You want to say something, or is just a mistake?
No, I'm really sorry. Before, when I was at the microphone point, I wanted to activate my microphone and then I left by mistake. Actually, I want to ask if the author of the motion would be okay with it when we would change the second sentence instead of governments take advantage, which is some to change it to PPI condemns government that takes advantage, because for the moment it sounds like every government do it, and maybe we could change that.
Yes, I agree.
I don't think that's original author will be against. In Russian language, that means actually that what you say.
Yes, and we condemns the so okay. So the second text is changed. The second sentence now calls PPI condemns governments that take advantage of the rights and legal powers and so on and so on. Already read that out. So please move to the. Apologies that we opened the voting early, but now you can still change your vote. So it's not. So now move to the right voting room that you like.
Yeah, as proposer proposed it in Russian language, I just checked. He says something the most of governments. So not saying that's all governments or the government's taking something, but in Russian version, it was saying even the most governments abuse and blah blah blah.
Okay, McBurns, I have seen you, but we're in the voting right now. I will give you the floor after we're done with the voting, okay?
Okay.
So now I see that actually all 17 present delegations have voted, and the vote is unanimously yes. So, question to the minute takers and tabulators. Did you got that?
Yes, we did.
Thank you very much. You can move down again. And McBurns, do you want to take the floor?
I think you've already voted on it, haven't you? You were rewriting it. And I was in disagreement with the word government, because it's not just in some democracies there are parties who are in government that are bad, but there are possibilities to actually vote them out. And in other places there is no chance of this because it's real dictatorships. So just writing the simple word government is I don't think it's enough. It should be more defined. A corrupt government, maybe, or another wording to it, so you know it's exclusively direction of bad governance.
Okay, good. Thank you. So motion 5, the next motion also by Pirate Party Russia. It's on line 652, and it called on not enough positive actions of the states.
Okay, let me read it. Due to the COVID pandemic, transforms of mankind's activities into digital ways have sufficiently increased. States and society are ready to step forward into digital era, especially in education and labor relations. Governments do not make enough efforts to involve modern technologies besides those they use to watch and control citizens. Therefore, the society is even harder to accept any innovation and learn to use. PPI is full of hope for changing the situation, for digitizing, and we are ready to help in it. COVID-19 allowed everyone to take advantage of digital tools for improving quality of life and democracy. Point. So yes or no, or is something like PPI is full of hope for changing situation for digitizing, and we are ready to help in it.
Okay, Mike.
I would definitely rephrase making in the first sentence to doing. But otherwise, it's okay.
Bastian? Bastian, you're still muted. Okay, in that case, Peter?
Just to make a note, in the original it said PP Russia is full of hope, but it was read as PPI, and I agree that it should be PPI. If we make this statement, we should be in the text.
This is correct.
Yes, definitely. And in reply to Mike's note, actually, that it's not making, it's a main kind. So we're talking about humanity itself.
No. The first sentence reads that the PPI condemns corporations for aggressive manner of making
it's
their
another
business.
one.
That's what I meant.
It's not this motion.
Mike,
Sorry.
you seem to be in the wrong motion. We are in the motion that is called motion suggested by Piperu on not enough positive action of the state.
My bad, sorry.
And I was trying to figure out what you meant. So yeah, so in the text it is Peter, would you like to change your own text in the forum?
I can do that, yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Peter. Then give me 30 seconds to set it up. So the motion text is as read out, and it's now given in the minutes on line 658. I guess I don't need to read it out again. There had not been no change since it's been read out. So I would ask the people to go to the voting rooms. So we have 4 delegations that have not yet voted. 3. I think Chile has not voted yet. Thank you. And who else? Is it Switzerland, right?
I also don't see Germany.
Oh yeah, Germany calling for German delegates. Hello? Yeah, I see Switzerland. And I see Germany now. Okay, so we have 17 casted votes. Delegations voted, their votes are less. And we have 1 abstention from Israel. And the rest is yes. Question to tabulators, minutes takers, do we have that? We have 14.5 vote in favor, 1 vote abstention, so motion passed.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. So next motion is suggested by Party Russia on corporations interfering elections.
Yes. So the motion is PPI condemns corporations for their aggressive manner of doing their business, harming society interests, democracy, and freedom of speech. It appears in explicit support of specific political movements and content censorship and use in social networks based on corporations' owners' political preferences. It includes corporations all over the world, especially mentioning Facebook, Twitter, Google, Yandex, and Mail.ru. Foreign social platforms may be the only possible way to interact with political activists in countries with repressive regimes like Russia or China. I think if we have suggestions of exact naming of platforms or adding some platforms from your countries, maybe it could be done. Also, I think that's in last sentence, naming countries could be dropped if you think that this might be more reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I has looked away for a second, so I don't know who was first, Mike or Peter.
No idea.
Mike, go ahead.
Okay, I would probably suggest to just strike the names of the companies, because I can't in clear conscience say that it appears that, let's say, Facebook is acting in explicit support of certain political movements. I don't see that. I don't think it's happening. Twitter, probably not either. Like, some of them maybe. I don't know about Mail.ru, but I don't really like the companies being named in this manner, because they are pulled in one bag, no matter what they're actually doing.
My question goes in the somehow same direction. I'm not sure if this is happening, Facebook and Twitter. I mean, there are things like on Twitter, there's on Donald Trump, there's some statements attached, or it's sometimes hidden. On Facebook and YouTube, right-wing accounts are blocked, what I've heard. So do you see it in the context of this, or is it something else that you see that's going on?
As far as I can read comments of proposer of this motion, yes, he says that's about Facebook and Instagram. He is not pleased with application of community policies. First of all, and the second of all, for sure, he focused on strange additional comments related to, yes, far right accounts. And also, as it happened, it's bans of accounts of Russia propaganda media. So even we do not agree with Russian propaganda media, we're saying that deleting their accounts is not a good thing and a good example.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, sorry. Yes, Henry.
Oh, yes, sorry. Effectively, it's not just social media that I think we should expand it a little bit further, because in my experience with Venezuela especially, it's your conventional media outlets that seem to show support for Nicolas Maduro and his...
Hold on for a second, please. We have two people with microphone open, so Manuel Casido, please mute yourself while you're not talking. Thank you very much. So Henry, please restart from the
Yeah, sure. Well, effectively, I think we should expand the remit, not just social media, but also conventional media. Because in my experience, especially with what's happening in Venezuela, conventional media seems to also support, well, effectively authoritarianism.
Do you have a suggestion on how to phrase it in the motion?
I think I would, to do it properly, I'd need a little bit more time, to be fair.
It's always an option to postpone the voting on the motion for a later time, either to the end of today or to the tomorrow to the block of any other business. But this needs to be agreed also with the motion. Who put forward the motion with Alexander? But so any other opinions or questions? Then question to Alexander.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I think that we can postpone voting and actually suggestions of wording are welcome on forum. I think, again, rechecking what I have from Russian proposers, that's dropping two last sentences, dropping the second last sentence, naming corporations. Yes, it could be done. So let's continue discussion and return to this motion at any other business.
So tomorrow. Okay, and the other suggestion was to include not only social media corporations, but actually all media corporations, including traditional media.
I do not see social media as a sufficient part of these motions, because it says about corporations and content censorship and news and social networks. So I think news in this case could also mean media corporations.
Okay, good. So just take it as a suggestion and see what text proposal can be worked up. In case you're ready by the end of today, we are happy to retable it today. Otherwise, we will table it again tomorrow at the any other bit or after the Marcel Kalaya's speech.
I'm waiting for comments on forum, I think. So Mike and Henry, if you have exact comments, please write on forum.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would suggest moving it to tomorrow because since I'm also
Yeah.
I can't really.
Well, if they're done in 5 minutes, I couldn't see no reason why we could not discuss it then. But yeah, if in case they're not ready by in 45 minutes, we will move it to tomorrow.
But my only problem was with just striking all the named businesses. So anyone can do that. No worries.
That can be done quickly, and I'm not sure. Like I understood, there would have been bigger suggestion to rework than just that. We'll see how it is in the end, and Alexander can decide when to retable it or not.
Okay.
So this item is postponed. So we come to the motion on situation in the United States of Belarus and Russian Federation. Alexander, do you need some time, or
no?
you're ready to
Just
present?
yes, I can read it exactly. Maybe a few comments. Maybe some of you do not know, but Russian Federation and Belarus have United States like European Union. So that really brings issues with results of president elections in Belarus really closer to the hearts of Russian pirates. We already made a very long statement on this case, but it was done in September and nothing have changed since that. So we seek support of PPI in our position related to elections in Belarus and what happens with Belarus citizens under control of repressive regime. So let me read the motion. PPI supports the Pirate Party of Russia and condemns the Belarus government's actions related to latest presidential elections, including election fraud, ignorance of people will, violence against protesters, random arrests and torture in jails, media censorship, destructions of infrastructure via internet shutdown. We especially condemn the Russian Federation inactions on violations of democracy and violations of human rights in the Union states. PPI supports the people of Belarus in their will to live in an open and democratic state and is ready to provide informational support. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Yeah, I see Mike at the microphone.
It's not a question, it's just a wholehearted support for this. Thanks.
Yep. I would have a question. So it says that we are ready to provide informational support. What exactly does it mean?
It means also, I think, the ways of avoiding censorship or restoring communication. So not just informational support with, yes, we telling people in our countries on what happens on Belarus, but also helping people of Belarus to finding their way around censorship and internet shutdowns. So it's informational support is two-way thing. So we are reporting what's going about situation or happening in Belarus, if it's not clearly seen in our countries, explaining what's going on, and also giving information to people in Belarus if they need so.
Thank you, Peter, and then Henry.
Just a small suggestion. It's not really needed, but I would propose to start with PPI condemns the Belarus government and leave out the supports the Pirate Party of Russia, because it's not really needed there.
No objection. It was left in emotion, hoping that in ideas that maybe if we state PPI without reference to an anchor in United States or in United States of Russian Federation and Belarus, it may sound too political. But if you think that it could be removed, it needs to be removed.
Okay, I will update the text in the forum then.
Henry?
I agree with Peter with that one, but I also wanted to add, would you mind changing, instead of government, call it Belarus regime, because effectively it's not a legitimate government any longer.
Agree 100% on usage of word regime. Yes. Usually, when I'm talking, it's not dependent to this motion, but usually when talking with foreigners, I also ask them to not use Russia or Russian as reference to Russian hackers or Russian government or Russia as a country. I always ask people to use Putin's regime or Putin's hackers, or when Russia is acting on international level, I also suggest them to use the word Putin's regime. So word regime is really loved by me.
So is it then Belarus regime or Lukashenko regime?
Better Lukashenko regime, I think.
Okay, thank you. Peter, you're at the microphone again? Or I missed? Okay, no. So any other questions or comments? Okay, Roland, please.
Thank you. I have a little problem with the motion because it puts us on the table as a political actor, which we are not. And I don't see us doing much more than making the statement anyway. So we may draw attention from other parties that maybe are not really friendly towards us. So I'm not happy with the last sentence. I would rather say let's like do the best to our ability to provide information or stuff like that, and not become a political actor on a conflict that is probably going to kill people.
I can partially agree with you because there was a really heartfelt discussion related not only to this motion but for our previous statement because Pirate Party of Russia tries to be metapolitical, so to focus only on things related to information society, not to local politics. But in this case, the violent violation of human rights appearing. We do not pretend to replace other political parties or the methods of governing people. We just seeing that something is going wrong and making statement about it. Because if no one will make statement, nothing will happen. People will just ignore it. But I really like note about last sentence. If you could word it in forum or write again, I will change it. So about we do our best, something like you said. So sorry, I did not remember it at whole.
So would it be to remove the last part that says "and is ready to provide informational support," or would it be removing the whole last sentence?
I think the provide informational support is more suitable because again we cannot translate the Russia suggestion as is what's written in Russian language. I don't think that we could adequately translate it into English without putting us at the wrong position. So let's remove the last words "and is ready to provide informational support." I think that the whole statement will mean that we are supporting people. Okay, let me read the motion in its final edition. So PPI condemns the Lukashenko regime's actions related to latest presidential elections, including election fraud, ignorance of people will, violence against protesters, random arrests and torture in jails, media censorship, destructions of infrastructure via internet shutdown. We especially condemn the Russian Federation's inactions on violations of democracy and violation of human rights in the Union state. PPI supports the people of Belarus in their will to live in an open and democratic state. Point. Gregory?
Yes. So we're setting it up. Yeah, so I think we're ready to vote on that. So please, delegates, one per country, please move to the voting booth. One is who is missing? Is it? Yes, Switzerland. Carlos.
Yes.
Can you want to vote on this motion?
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. So we have Switzerland abstaining, and everybody else that is present is in favor. So please stay there. We need to write this down.
Carlos, please
Carlos,
mute
can
yourself.
you-
Okay, I think we have it.
Okay, thank you very much. You can move down again. We have 14.5 votes in favor and 1 abstention, so the motion has passed. So the next motion is also from Pirate Party of Russia in support of Pirate Party of Russia in the European Court of Human Rights.
Yes, it's against again me. So maybe so many motions.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, so sorry, Alexander, I was written down, but I forgot to ask. We are sitting here now for almost 2 hours. So the question is if we just take 5 minutes break before we proceed, because it's just like biological need for some, and we just meet here in 3:35. Okay, 3:35 Central European Time, 2:35 in Universal Coordinated Time. So see you in 5 minutes, and then we proceed with the motion. Sorry. Because now it's a good time. We still have 2 motions to go, and I don't think that we can manage to do it until the end of the meeting. Okay. It's 3:35 on my clock. We are back in business. So, Alexander, you have the floor.
Okay. As you maybe mentioned, the Russian Pirate Party submitted a lot of motions. That's maybe because Russian Pirate Party is not officially registered in Russia. We have a court decision saying something like piracy on rivers and seas is prohibited, so the Pirate Party cannot be registered. A few years ago, I think something like 2014, there was the case was submitted to European Court of Human Rights, and this year, a few months ago, it was communicated. Now, in this case, in the state of negotiation, so that Russian Federation is suggested to resolve this case peacefully. I'm not sure that they will do it, but Russian Pirate Party members would be really glad to have international support from Pirate Party International. So the motion reads, European Court of Human Rights has communicated the case of Pirate Party of Russia, Rasudov as a submitter versus Russia. PPI support Pirate Party of Russia in its will to restore formal registration in Russia. PPI calls to Russian federations to voluntarily register the Pirate Party of Russia. Point. Questions?
Yes, thank you. Questions, statements?
Seems not everyone have returned from break.
We will see. I guess the break wasn't long enough, so we will see the quorum will there. They're just maybe in agreement. So if anybody has an objection or strong comment in support or again on a position, this is now to speak. Otherwise, we prepare the voting in the pad, and then we'll go to voting.
People at the mic.
Oh, sorry. Mike and Henry.
Henry, go first.
Okay, Henry, go first.
Thank you. I just wanted to say strong support for this one. I know how it feels. Same thing's sort of happening to us. So, no, good on you.
And Mike.
I just wanted to ask about the wording. There's something about restoring your status. You were a registered political party before?
Yes.
As far as I remember, not for a long time. So it have been recalled nearly instantly after receiving confirmation. And maybe wording may be changed because political party registration is a multi-stage process. So it looks like you have already paper for submitting confirming your registration, but it have not been completed yet. So if you think that it can be worded smarter, it could be worded a bit different way. Just not to get deeply into the process of formal registration of Pirate Party.
I leave it to you. If you think restoring or whatever the wording is okay, fine by me.
Well, I said we call the Russian PPI calls the Russian Federation to voluntarily register the Pirate Party of Russia, and if it's a re-registration, restoring registration, or a new registration, it all fits in that sentence. And Joe.
I was just wondering whether it would be stronger to say that PPI and its member parties at the start of it, as opposed to just PPI.
I will not object. I'm not sure how it should be worded from a point of view of PPI. So that.
Yeah, as a meeting chair, I must say we can make a statement for the General Assembly. We cannot make statements for PPI members, especially for those who are not present. We can make a statements for delegations, but for many parties to make a statement in the name of a party is a multi-stage process that involves a lot of democratic hurdles and cannot be just put forward like that. So if we can say the Pirate... Okay, so we can say the Pirate Party International and its General Assembly 2020, but that makes it silly, I guess. Okay, Mike, you're still at the microphone. Have I missed you?
I came back. I wanted to say something like you just said. So.
Okay, good. So, the final sentence. So, have we changed anything actually, or is it was still like it was read out? Which I believe. Alexander, correct me if I'm wrong. He's not correct.
No, I think no objections in exact wording.
Okay, so exact wording is European Court of Human Rights has communicated the case of Pirate Party Russia, in brackets Rasudov, versus Russia. Pirate Party International supports Pirate Party Russia in its will to restore formal registration in Russia. Pirate Party International calls to the Russian Federation to voluntarily register the Pirate Party of Russia. This is the text. The voting booths are open, so please move to the voting rooms. Norway. Okay, I see 17 people voting, 16 in favor and 1 abstention. Abstention is from Chile, and everybody else is in favor. So, question to the tabulators. Says when you got it.
I believe we did.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. So, next motion. So, next motion called motion suggested by Pirate Party Russia on limiting of political competition. Alexander?
Yeah, for sure. It's another motion which is really close to others, but we previously discussed corporations. Now it's about the state itself. So the motion, PPI draft for direct democracy, but it does not mean we need to ignore representative democracy. Government stealthily or clearly violent steadily or clearly violent open competitions and freedom of choice. We condemn any state actions limiting political competition and freedom of speech. Point. Gregory?
Thank you. I take Peter first. Sorry, I wasn't following who was first to the microphone. So Peter first, and then Mike.
Peter was.
Just a comment about the wording. In the third sentence, it says violent. It should be violate, clearly violate open competitions. Yeah.
Okay. The PPI GA forum tells me slow down, too many requests from my IP address, so I'm editing the forum too fast.
By the way, same with me, so I think it's a bit different bug.
It usually refreshes if you try again sometimes.
No, it's okay. I'm just an admin in the forum, but still, it hits me. It tries to slow me down.
And if I may add to my statement, I don't think it's clear if this is a statement that the PPI makes, or what is it actually? What are we deciding on? I'm not totally sure here.
We condemn any state actions limiting political competition and freedom of speech. We already had motion on corporations, but now we have motion on state actions.
Then I think it should be rephrased using the condemnation or something, so we can vote yes, no.
I remember that we had something very similar already voted in. Let me look that up for a second in the wiki, because I think we had a motion that was already put forward by Russian pirates back in 2013, and let me find it.
Or we could just vote on it.
We can do it. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to vote on it again. It's true.
I think this motion worth to be voted every year.
Okay, I can find it for now, so it doesn't hurt to vote it in again, no problem. Okay, so sorry, I wasn't looking at the mumble. So we have Joe, Henry at the microphone, and then Mike.
I was probably last to reply, but I was just wanting to clarify what was meant by the first sentence. PPI draft for direct democracy. Yeah. Is that the title of the motion?
No, it's just a clarification that's even we are maybe based on some discussions that's happened in Russia, that's even we are for direct democracy, we should not ignore mechanisms which exists just now. Because in some cases in Russia, we usually, especially when participating in elections on available for us municipal level, we are being told by trolls, "Oh, you are for direct democracy, why you are going for representative democracy?" So maybe that's why proposal.
But maybe like aspire towards direct democracy or something like that. Yeah.
I will definitely accept all suggestions related to English language.
Yeah, I think the word draft is a little bit maybe misleading.
Change it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what word is. The idea that we aspire towards a society which is direct democracy. Yeah.
Yeah, I found what I was looking for. The declaration that we passed in Kazan in 2013, Declaration Worldwide Democracy, included the sentence appeals to the PPI Pirate Party, General Assembly of the Pirate Party International, and the last sentence appeals to legislators to introduce rules that would ease the process of the foundation of new political parties to include the parties that do not have political representation in parliament into the state funding regulation and to reduce or eliminate the barring clauses that are obstructing especially new created parties. It was very specific, so it's somewhat different from what we have today on the table. So it doesn't hurt to put it again. Okay, Henry.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add, if we could add state and military, because especially in Venezuela, well, we're a failed state, but there's still militaries from other countries, and including paramilitary groups that are blocking democracy in Venezuela.
I think we can agree on this.
Excellent.
Mike.
Sorry, I was writing down the previous one. My problem is with the third sentence. Even in the fourth one, we condemned any state actions, blah blah blah. But in the third one, we condemned all governments very much. So I would rephrase it to some governments, stealthily, blah blah blah. Because if it's just government, it sounds like all governments do it, which is not necessarily the case. And again, something like with the corporations, I wouldn't like to tell shit about them, even if they're not complicit.
Okay, Roland?
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody that this is a General Assembly, not a workshop, and for discussing texts and rephrasing motions, etc. This is exactly what the forum is for. So please, maybe next time, not make as many last-minute motions, but give us a little time so we can forge it properly, and then we can just vote on it. Thank you.
Well, I really plan to bring apologizes at the end of discussing Prussian motions. But yes, it's a really, really good suggestion. Next time, I hope we will submit little less motions and allow more time for preparation. Sorry again.
Sorry about that, but we have in our timetable 5 minutes to go. I think everybody has responsibilities, family, and things to do. How we do in the last 5 minutes, please?
Carlos, we're close to voting on that one.
Okay.
And we can move your suggestions to after that agenda item because we are still in the middle of it. But it's not forgotten. Okay, so do we have a text version that is ready to be voted on?
Yes, I think it looks like PPI aspire for direct democracy. but it does not mean we need to ignore representative democracy. Some governments stealthily or clearly violate open competitions and freedom of choice. We condemn any state and military actions limiting political competition and freedom of speech. Point, Gregory?
Okay.
I'm not sure whether I got it correctly. Can you just check online 8:30 whether the next three lines are what you just said?
Yes, wait a second.
8:29.
I just copied what is the current version in the forum. Okay, so the reversed motion been read. We are ready to vote on it. Please move to the voting rooms. Okay, I see 17 delegates in the yes room. No abstentions, so this one is unanimously. Question to the tabulators. Have you got that?
Give us a second, please.
Yes, now we're 18, which is wrong. Yeah, because Chile is now doubled. So question people from only one person per delegation to move to the voting rooms. Thank you very much.
I think we're good. We've collected all of them. Unanimous.
Unanimous, thank you. 17 votes. 17 delegations, which means 15.5 votes. Is this correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations. So now we deal with a remark from Carlos that says the meeting was set to be happening until 4 p.m. And this is correct. Now it is 3 minutes before 3 p.m. in Universal Standard Time. So we still have 1 hour or 62 minutes to go. I hope we only have one motion on the table and one postponed motion. So I'm pretty confident that we do not need to change the agenda and can carry on as suggested.
It's okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we come to the 10th motion of today, which is coordinated response on the internet regulations.
And again, it's me. I hope, yes, that's the last motion we're suggesting from Pirate Party of Russia. So the motion. In order to create modern digital democratic society all over the world, we need to coordinate our efforts. Governments in all countries try to regulate internet to prevent free flow of information, political competence, inhibit civil activities, protect their corporations. Even very democratic countries have such regulations. PPI have to create toolkit for coordinated response of all member parties to such repressive regulations in any of countries of member parties. Response should include explanation of inadequacy of regulation, impossibility to implement such regulations in local states, bringing negative effects of internet regulations to public discussion, and, if possible, to official political and international agenda. Questions?
Peter.
I want to ask, is this a statement that the PPI makes, or what is the action we vote on here? Should the PPI do something? It says create toolkit and something. It's still not clear to me.
Yes, it's about creation of toolkit. We already have standing committees on some affairs. We already have had a motion today related to creation of logistical groups. So this motion suggests maybe to move more ahead of standing committees or create another one, because internet regulations and their approval by nearly all countries is actually bringing us to action points. We have a lot of regulations in Russian Federations. We have internet regulations like upload filters, and I forgot something else in European Union. And usually governments looks at each other and saying, yes, that country have regulations, we will have the same one. So this motion is intended to help pirate parties all over the world to spread the word that internet regulations should be made really carefully. For example, we have even proposition of internet regulations in Russia, and we need an ability for others to speak on that. We will have and vice versa. So while having a discussion on upload filters in European Union, non-European pirate parties also should have an ability to bring information of such unacceptable regulations to their public space. So currently we are divided and can be over-regulated by government. So
I'm agree with this motion because most of the people doesn't know, but 80% of the new regulation of internet is already written now here in Geneva. Geneva is the spot today in the world where the new regulation about internet, biotechnologies, EO, and other things are still making, and is voted by elected representatives of the states. So if people have no conscience, this regulation that is sometimes tested in one country is then applied to another country, the effect of this regulation will have nefast impacts on liberties and human rights. It's very important to know that if, for example, we could have a repository of internet regulation by country, that is, if I understand very well, what the Russians want is some kind of place where we could have the regulations and see what is going on in other countries before the regulations arrive in our places. I'm really agree with this motion and think seriously. Is already written nearly 80% today, and is different to be applied country by country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Carlos. So that's why we tried not to suggest exact suggestions like database of regulation and just call it a toolkit word. Next question.
I would like to ask, is it something you want to do or the PP Russia wants to do? Or do you want the PPI to do? So if it's an effort you want to lead, I think you can do that and invite us. I'm not sure if the PPI needs to decide on doing this, if this is necessary to do it like this.
Well, in the meaning of your questions, I do not distinguish myself from Pirate Party of Russia, or I do not reject to volunteer on such actions. But also we are seeking for PPI support on this. So maybe you think that it's not required to help each other spreading the word about dangerous regulations. So if you agree on this motion, for sure, I think me and Carlos and maybe others who are deeply in regulation will start doing something.
I mean, the important issue on this motion actually is the fact that as a PPI, it should be for us one of our goals to get the most of knowledge in the framework of regulation. Because actually everything that will happen in the future will be based in the regulation that is voted. This regulation will affect lives, will affect human rights, will affect minorities by inclusivity and a lot of stuff. And we are living in Switzerland. We have one of the most regulated places in the world, but we are still watching very closely everything that is going on, because with COVID, a lot of things have moved, and there is a lot of interest that go to take that price and to make money of them. I think it's for us one opportunity to put in place some kind of toolkit, as Roshan says, where we could identify all kind of regulations and maybe help country members to point out when these regulations are going against civil population, civil society. Thank you.
Any more questions or statements? Then, okay, Bastian, and I would also ask the other delegates who are currently in the yes room to leave that room before the start of the next election and the next voting. So we have an empty urn at the beginning. So Bastian, your floor.
Yeah, just to clarify, is that a request that the PPI shall build its own structure as to have a clean internet?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Your motion can be understand that the PPI should support its own structure. It's an old idea we had have in the past, and that's a question we should include in that motion. Thank you.
Okay, Mike.
Probably question for Alexander. The sentence in the middle, PPI has to create anyway. Has to create toolkit for coordinated response of all member parties to such repressive regulations in any of countries of member parties. I understand that you already tried to explain it, but in reality, what do you expect this is gonna mean for the PPI or for the next board? Thanks.
Well, nearly the same, maybe as Carlos suggested, not just database for internet regulation, but also maybe some materials explaining what's going on. For example, if we have material in Russian saying that introduction of content blocking into legislations is bad for infrastructure, or could not be extended, could be extended for blocking not only casinos but also political opposition. So this information can be get from this toolkit and translate it in your local language, and you can easily distribute it or bring this information to your society. So not just maybe database of such regulation, but also in the templates for public response actions or public discussion actions.
If I may expand on that, because I don't like to me it sounds like a press agency, and that's definitely something out of our capacity currently.
Not excluding possibility to become a press agency. Yes, I understand that we do not have a lot of capacity, so that's this motion actually asks to start this work, or at least discuss possible work which can be done in this direction. From my point of view, from a Russian party point of view, for example, European pirates or German regions pirate parties or even Czech pirate parties are much more active in public space. So you already have some public relation facilities in your parties. So that weaponizing your public relations facilities with information on internet regulations will actually give you more advantage and give advantage to PPI as whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
So please, if you have questions, please move to the microphone. So Henry.
Yes. One thing I wanted to add to it, that it's not just regulations which are the problem, but also a lack of maintenance of the infrastructure. I mean, especially in Venezuela, the problem is that people don't have the access effectively because there's no state actor effectively maintaining the infrastructure.
It's actually, this motion is about active actions of the state, not non-actions like not developing infrastructure. I think a case of state not supporting development infrastructure goes to IGF activities of
Sorry, I appreciate that, but it's the failure to invest is what's blocking people from having access.
But it's a bit of a topic we are related to improving access, and it's IGF thing. But I think regulation which does not allow competition or limits competition or does not allow to use kind of equipment. Like in Russia, they don't like United States equipment. In United States, they don't like Chinese equipment, or do not allow competence of have state monopolies. These cases will be discussed or explained under such toolkit. But improving access, I think it's a bit different thing. But PPI is still on it because we have IGF activities.
Okay, I would rather it's an interesting discussion, but it's rather leading away from the proposal that is on the table. And either can we come back, please, to the understanding of the text or statements in support or criticism on it. And we can have a discussion that is about different topics at a different time. But currently, please please put back the attention to the motion as it on the table.
Can I, Gregory?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. The important issue here is that we are talking about governance, internet global governance. This regulation that is now being written is being signed here in Geneva by countries. And this regulation will be getting down to every single country in a way or another as soon as they have signed it in the United Nations, the agreements. So the idea of this, if I understand Russian, the idea is just to have a toolkit to when these things are signed, we could get the information, get down to the countries to make and open the discussions in the civil society. We are talking about just putting in place some kind of mechanism in PPI to help countries to deal with the most important issue today, internet global governance. We can't get down in the other aspects because if we get in the access, in the technical, we get lost. We are now talking only about the first and the most important issue, that is the governance, the legal framework to work and to be present in the ITC world or the virtual world. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, please, and then Jiyoung.
I'm afraid I still have the same problem with it, because the central sentence of this motion is that PPI has to create a toolkit, which is a assignment for the board, and it's not clear what it's supposed to be. And I'm afraid that it's going to be something that will next year in December at the next year's GA, we'll just go back to this and say, oh, we didn't do it. Sorry. And roll it in front of us, because I don't know what exactly it's supposed to be. I understand what it might be, something like a press agency, some space where we can put these repressions from the government and translate them into multiple languages and stuff. But if that's so, it should say that, because otherwise it's like just a mess. As it is, I can't really vote for it, because it's a very unclear task for the next board, and it should be clearer.
Would you like it to be rephrased that PPI have to start creating toolkit? If you think that's the next year board, it's not clear enough how board will report on what happened. Okay, we could use the words start creating toolkit.
Still the same. Still, you're asking the board to do something that's not specified what the goal is. So, like, I don't know.
Okay, Jiyoung.
Yes, I would like to add to this point. I think that we really have to be careful to put more work towards the board. So let's just say my suggestion is can we put this on the agenda on one of the committees? And let's just say that Russia will sort of lead a workshop or whatever, and of course all the other members that are interested can join on this, so that this is no longer strictly a board task, but that we as the members start working on this ourselves. So that's it.
Okay, Roland and.
Thank you. I would ask the General Assembly to either vote on the motion or postpone it until tomorrow, so people can work on it.
Okay, Carlos, are you still at the microphone, or you just forgot to move out?
Oh, just forgot to move out. Sorry about that.
No problem, that happens. Okay, Mike, are you there again?
No, sorry, I just didn't look.
Okay, good. So, Alexander, there had been a proposal from Jiyoung to put this motion into a committee. And I think the most suitable committee for that would be the SCUBA committee, a standing committee on UN-related bureaucratic activities. That is actually scheduled to meet in December at some point, according to our big roadmap. Would you agree to do that?
Yes, I would. I think we could not disagree with this. But anyway, this motion may be not about ordering the board to do something. But anyway, such activity should be, or our will to have such activity should be documented somehow. So that's I do not clearly understand what should we do with this motion.
Okay, the suggestion was to to put this motion off the table and ask the standing committee, and we don't need necessarily a decision on that, but just note in the minutes that the next standing committee on UN bureaucratic activities, SCUBA, will be handling this proposal and come up with something and Russia is invited, as also all other members, to participate and coordinate these activities.
Yes, I think we can do like this.
Okay, good.
But also, it would be fine that it have to be voted or agreed that the committee itself could not inhibit or suspend this activity. So if we are starting it, we are moving not board exactly, but members or activists under coordination of PPI. So PPI is voting for as coordinational force. Not sharply. We understand that some of committees should deal with it. Not maybe board, not maybe chair, but yes, that we approve these activities and we have to move forward somehow. Not exactly, but somehow.
Well, the PPI standing committees are a decision by the May General Assembly of 2015. So they are official bodies that we, or official committees that we have, and if we have discussed it here, there is no way that it will not be handled there in an appropriate way.
Then I agree.
Okay, good. So we're not voting on that, Dan, but we put the notice in the minutes that the next standing committee on UN bureaucratic activities will be handling that in its next session, which is not yet invited, but it is planned for December, somewhere between Christmas and New Year. Okay, so we have another motion, the next motion. It's a motion brought by Pirate Party of Austria, asking newly elected board to promote today's declarations. Peter, you want the floor?
Yeah, I'm just gonna read the motion. It says, since we spend a good amount of time on today's declarations, it would be a shame if they just ended up in our wiki. So the new board is hereby assigned to promote these declarations on social media and any other appropriate channel.
Any questions to that?
Just to say a bit more, it's so this concerns the declarations that we decided, not everything that we decided, the things that we decided, where the PPI has a statement, and yeah, most of them were like that today.
Yeah. Okay. So I still see nobody at the microphone. So calling the last time. Questions or statements in support or objections? In that case, we are moving to voting. And delegates, please take your rooms. Okay, I think that all delegates are in the room. So question, if somebody doesn't have opportunity to vote, should shout out. But otherwise I see 16 votes yes and 1 abstention. Abstention is from Norway. Questions to Mike and Keith. Did you get that?
Give us a second.
No problem. Please stay in the rooms.
Bon, déclare.
Is Hungary present?
Oui, je vais les chercher.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're okay.
Unless somebody
very much.
tries, which probably not. Okay.
So we had one postponed motion that we said that we can handle at the end of today or tomorrow in any other business. Question to Alexander. I see the text been reworked. Is it the final version or you still need time?
I think it's final version, and it's took all suggestion and removed not very well agreed sentences. So it's now it's maximally simple and understandable. So let me read it in final version. PPI condemns corporations for their aggressive manner of doing their businesses, harming society interests, democracy, and freedom of speech. It appears in explicit support of specific political movements and content censorship in news media and social networks based on corporations' owners' political preferences. Point. Gregory?
Yes. Are there any questions or comments to that version? We need some time to set it up in the minutes for so you're free. You're welcome to give a statement, but have it short, please. Okay, I see the minutes are prepared. So then, please empty the voting room. Also, Carlos. Thank you very much. So the voting rooms are now open. So please take your vote. We are voting on a retabled motion 6. And as so far, only 13 people have voted. So we have another 4 delegations who have not voted yet. It includes Chile and Czech Republic. And I think that had been. So I see 17 people in the voting rooms, 7 in the yes room. Together it comes to 6.5 votes, 1 no vote, and 9 abstentions. Tabulators, we need some time to take it down, right?
Yes, right.
So Austria votes no, Catalonia half a vote votes yes, Chile abstains, Czech Republic abstains, Germany abstains, Hungary votes yes, Italy abstains, Israel abstains, Latvia abstains, Luxembourg abstains, Netherlands votes yes, Internet Party of New Zealand yes, Norway yes, Russia yes, Pirate Party the new Pirate Party of Slovakia abstains, Switzerland abstains, and Venezuela is yes. So it means you have 6 votes in favor, 1 no, and 8.5 abstentions. The motion have passed. Okay. So
does the motion pass? Can we clarify that?
yes, the motion passed because it's not a statute amendment, so we need a simple majority, and abstention are not taken into account for determining the outcome. But let me check that. Yes, according to Article 6 of the Rules of Procedure, Paragraph 5, second sentence, abstentions are not taken into account, and it's also referenced in our statutes in Article 9, first paragraph. So yes, motion passed. Okay, so that was the last motion as I see it. Are there any other motions for today?
No, just a comment.
Yes, please.
I should go to the microphone. Yes, good news. I just entered the old PayPal account and just transferred 187.72 euros to our new PayPal account. That's good news, I think.
How did you get there?
My secret.
I have a question to that. Sorry for here. What about the returning donations, recurring donations? Like I have a standing recurring donation for 10 euro per year going into that PayPal account. They're still valid, or so I should to cancel that manually and transfer it to the new one, right?
Yes, and so the new account is confirmed, so it's no problem to send money to that new account, and we have all statements. So meanwhile, I can set up the puzzle who paid something for some fun.
Great. Okay, Alexander.
And based on response to Russian Pirate Party motions, I would like to suggest maybe before next General Assembly to even we do not have deadlines for motions, but maybe plan a workshop related to discussing motions in some advance, especially if we need to fix English language or maybe wording or something like. In a form not as obligatory as a General Assembly, but just for discussions and for fixing wording. Thank you.
Sorry, Carlos, did you try to say something or was it just noise? Okay, Mike.
What Alexander just proposed, I think creating something like workshop to polish wording is not really useful. It will just create yet another half-a-day session of this. Roland already mentioned it. That's what this course is for. We have a forum where we propose motions and we word them in advance in a proper way. I know there's no limit, but especially for statements like these, I would appreciate to have some time to read them through and to be able to comment on them more than I have today. So I would just ask people to propose motions in advance if possible.
Yes. Okay, so any other closing remarks by delegates or old board?
Yes, only one. It's amazing. We have 12 o'clock or 12:30 in Chile, and we have after midnight in Japan, and it's functioning great. Great success of the PPI. Thank you for attending.
Yeah, thank you all for attending. Thank you, Bastian, for figuring out our PayPal thing. Like, yeah, I think today was a really good day. And yeah, just once again, thank you all for being here. And tomorrow is a much lighter day. We'll have elections in the morning, and then a break, and then a talk from Marcel Kalaya, who is one of our MEPs. That's going to be really cool. He's going to come in and say hi and just give us a short talk, and yeah, that'll be cool. And then we'll have some time afterwards for if there are any final motions, then we'll have some time to address those, and we'll also have some time to just talk and maybe make some plans for the new year and like whatever you guys want. So you're all amazing. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you to the whole PPI board for everything. Also, Gregory, you did great chairing today. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Yes. So it's not done yet, but thank you for the warm words. I have Mike at the microphone. You want to say something?
Sorry, no, I didn't leave.
No problem. It's just like I'm looking into too many things at the same time. Also fixing the
I'm
forum.
sorry, every time I finish speaking, I just go directly to the minutes to fix whatever it was written, what I said, and I don't leave the mic.
Yeah. So we have tomorrow. So we have done with the agenda of today. We are still 23 minutes early. So tomorrow we rejoin according to the plan at 10 a.m. Universal Standard Time for reopening and formalities. And we start after we have established a quorum, about latest 10:30, with election of PPI officers. So, and then we have a lunch, and then keynote by Marcel Kalaya, as I already said, and then any other business open mic. So currently we have enough candidates for the board and chair, and there is some correction to it said in the invite that we need to elect 6 members of the Court of Arbitration. According to our statutes, however, the Court of Arbitration consists of between 3 and 7 members. So anything between 3 and 7 members is that we need. And we need candidates for that because we don't have 7 candidates yet. And we also need to elect 3 auditors, and I'm not sure how the situation with the candidates there is. So having said that, having a nice night or day until we reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Universal Standard Time. It's 11 European Central Time. So the meeting is adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Can I say something quickly so we can work better tomorrow?
You can, but yeah, it's a free land, you know. It's just the meeting is adjourned, but you're free to say whatever.
From what I heard today, not all our countries are free, but okay. Since Kit is not here tomorrow, I will be doing the minutes, probably also with somebody else, but if you have the option, I would like to ask you that when you say something and you have the option to also have the pad opened, just take a look afterwards whether what we actually write there is actual representation of what you said, because sometimes some of you, the things you say are quite complex or complicated to write quickly or shorten. So that would be appreciated.